Red's not supposed to be green, like fate's not supposed to be seen. The sky's not supposed to touch the ground, and a square's not supposed to be round. The moon's not supposed to touch the sun, and a 2 is not supposed to be a 1. And the heart's not supposed to weigh a ton.
Y'all doing that?
And forever's not supposed to be done. Winter's not supposed to come in June. Night is not supposed to have the blues. There are so many things that are not supposed to be, except you and me. There are so many things that are not supposed to be.
I mean, Cali is still, bruh. I think that's why I'm up. I'm still on California time. Hey, everybody. Let me see who in here. Hey, Perspective. Hey, Slay, Kimberly, Tip Love, Alvira, Jane. Damn, Jane Dodo. Piece of the Puzzle. Karen, Janisa, Paula, Miss T. Hey, Kimberly, Tammy, Ruth, Monet. What you doing this late day? I'm bored. It was snowflaking earlier. Hey, Bettina X, girl. Big up, big up, big up, big up, yourself. Hey, baby, it seems just like no seasons changing. This earth with no creation. Oh, no feelings, but sickness without healing. Hey, look at Jane all up in the building. Dana Jane. Mara. Never her. So cute. Look who's with me, y'all. Hi. Like having nowhere to breathe. Like having nowhere to breathe. Like having no rain to see. There are so many things that's not supposed to be, except you and me. Love you, got it, babe. Yeah, yeah, babe. Yeah.
Except you and me.
Who mommy fighting hard for? Who I'm fighting for?
R.Kelly.
Who?
R.Kelly.
Say it louder.
R.Kelly.
They say you look just like me, daughter.
I sure do.
You do, baby. That's my mini me. She said, R.Kelly. Who? R.Kelly. Would you leave your daughter around R.Kelly? I would leave her around R.Kelly all day long. I ain't never gonna be ashamed to say, hell yeah, Kelly ain't gonna hurt these kids, please. Kels love the kids, man. So anybody thinking different, I'm here to say free R.Kelly, man. I'm just up. I can't go to sleep. Wait, okay, so it's 11 here. That means it's 9 o'clock back home. Oh my G. That's my twin. God bless her always. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I wouldn't fight as hard as I was if I didn't think Kels was innocent, or if I wouldn't trust him around my own. I love my children, and I'm never gonna let nobody hurt my children. And I just believe in my heart that Kels would never do anything like that. So nobody ain't ever asked me that question. So I guess I had to ask myself, would you leave your daughter? Hell yeah. Shit, I got one that just turned 18 a couple of weeks ago, and I would have left her too. Okay. Kels ain't gonna hurt these kids. Kels ain't that type of person. You could tell his personality, you know. It's just something you just know what you know when you feel what you feel. You know, everything I do is from the gut, you know, and from my heart. I can feel stuff. I have a God's given discernment, and you know, I just feel what I feel. But I wanted to come on here because I did get a chance to see that interview on Choke Channel. Hey, that channel, that live tonight was lit. I want to say it was dope. Shout out to Choke for that one. That one right there goes in the fucking books, okay? I'm putting that live in the books. Like, and he don't do nothing else. He don't get no bigger. That nigga did that one. That was a good ass live. That live was exposure. Leela. Leela, you lying nigga. See, this is where I need my backup channel so I could do the fool. Y'all think we should move this over there to Hollywood Team next? Hey girl, we need to move this to Hollywood Team next because I got the funnies tonight. I got jokes, and you know, I don't want to mix my good with the bad. But Leela, you talk all that. Give me 5 minutes, I'ma call it. That nigga was never gonna call it Bruce Kelly. Shout out to Bruce Kelly. Hey, Bruce Kelly wasn't playing. He said, ain't no Lisa, no damn, no Cassandras. Ain't no Lisa, no Cassandras. He said, ain't no damn Levi. He said, tell me, what's R.Kelly daddy name? What's your daddy name, boy? I ain't trying to tell him my information on who Gregory Stubbs. We wasn't asking about you. We want to know what's R.Kelly daddy name, boy. Oh my God, that stuff was so freaking funny. Them pieces become Choke putting pieces together over there. I mean, I may not be in his chat or whatever, you know what I'm saying, like that, but I have to tell y'all, like, it's real. I got jokes tonight, y'all. Let's crack some jokes tonight. Let me see. Joke, no joke, getting you guys one by one. Bruce told he may be late coming in the game, but baby, oh, let me tell you. Tootie Booty, yeah. Can you bring mommy charger, baby? Yeah. Because this phone needs to be charged. Okay. Man, that was funny. I got a kick out of that one. I ain't gonna lie. I cracked all the way up till I couldn't crack up no more. I swear, when he started talking about certain stuff, I was like, I said, watch Levi. I said, I bet you that was Levi texting him. And sure enough, 2 minutes later, he said, I'm getting a text from Levi right now. I called it before he even said Levi was texting him. Did I not say Levi was texting him?
Yes, you did.
I said Levi texting him. I know what I be feeling. Everything I be feeling, I be on top of my game, man. Yeah, whatever. Don't even get in here with that, because you already know. Man. Hilarious. Yes, level up. That was funny. He exposed him tonight. But I mean, but it's not, who's surprised? I mean, those who was supporting the lie was probably surprised. A lot of people did think that Levi was his cousin, though. I ain't gonna lie. He knew. That's why when he first came on Choke's channel, and then I came in the waiting room and he put me on, and he say, and I start speaking, he say, is you Hollywood next? He said, is you Hollywood next? I said, yes. He said, did you say I wasn't R. Kelly's cousin? I said, I sure did. He said, terrorist. How's I'm a terrorist? Because I knew you were the man's cousin. Oh my God, that was so freaking funny. That was funny, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
You know how I do support it.
Who?
Joke no joke, sit there and verify that right there.
He said that was his cousin because he thought he was his. He said he knew for a fact he was his cousin. But like I said, Choke has to go through the same steps that everybody in this fight for R. Kelly went through because he's not exempt from what we've been through. You know what I mean? If you're gonna be in this fight for Kel, it's blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, real blood, sweat, and tears.
But I like what he said. He said he erased that content up to that thing from yesterday because, you know, out of respect for R. Kelly, because of what that stud went on, come on there and said. That stud was bogus.
You talking about Don?
Yeah,
yeah. He was exposed. Don exposed himself because see, Don, you called it a long time ago. I did. Says he danced all around the question, not to. And he said, "I'm gonna give you 5 minutes, and in that 5 minutes, I'm gonna need you to just answer this question." He said, "You want me to do what?"
That nigga sit there. That nigga lied. He lied.
Levi said, "You want me to do what?" He said, wait a minute. You cut me off. You didn't give me my 5 minutes. You said, you give my 5 minutes.
And then he still went all the way around the question. He said he's no kin to none of his brothers.
He said, I'm not kin to Bruce Kelly. I'm not related to Kelly. But he got that name from their mama. She gave them that name. They don't have the same daddies, but they got the same last name because their mama trended that.
Could I say this?
Hey, that was so funny.
He said he's some kin to R. Kelly through his daddy. And he couldn't even tell the man name. He said, I'm not going to expose my family.
You're not going to expose your family, but you saying but you exposing R. Kelly as your family.
Exactly.
Boy, bye. Money grab. Hey, that was so fun. I was in here racking up, y'all. You might as well turn the light and just keep the light on. But no, you did. Yes, and that was Bruce point. Yeah. Bruce, I mean, like I said, I don't think I never had nothing bad to say about Bruce that I can recall. I don't think I ever said nothing bad about Bruce. I don't think so. Because Bruce is funny. He just keep it real. You got to respect real recognize real, man. And that was funny. Bruce is, man.
The people in that chat keep it real.
Don't do that. Please, let's not talk about Bruce. We ain't going to talk about Bruce. Because Bruce came out swag. You say what the people said. I know what you going, where you going with that. We ain't going to do that to Bruce. But we ain't going to do it. I know. But no, we ain't gonna. No, we gonna put some respect on Bruce because, like I said, Bruce, you know, he did his thing. He came out and he represented for Kel's life, and he's the oldest too. Mm-hmm. And so Bruce the oldest, and so like he looked out for Kel's. Like he really tried his best to protect his little baby brother. You know what I'm saying? His baby brothers, and I think I see where Bruce was going with things with this because what happened was when Bruce got out of prison, he was staying with Don Russell and his mama. Mr. Kelly will need to clean up a lot of this. Yeah, I enjoyed him. Yeah. Oh, I want to play that audio that I got, but it's in my phone. And I went to listen to some of what Don had to say. And so Don was like, he played that audio of R. Kelly. And if you listen to the audio of what he was saying, he said to R. Kelly, him and R. Kelly was arguing. And see, he was cutting that audio up to play what he wanted to play. Him and R. Kelly had an argument because he told R. Kelly, I can't unsee what I seen. I can't unhear what I heard. And so he cut that part and then he skipped over it to try to play more content. There was a woman, I know his mother was in that conversation as well. Baby, come on. What is going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, babe. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. So anyway, you enjoyed him, Mr. Kelly. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. Bruce funny. Bruce is funny. All I can tell y'all, Bruce is hilarious. I mean, hella hilarious. But man, what I saw was when Bruce first came from prison, Bruce ended up staying with them, Don and his mom. Okay. And so he was close at first, not really close, but he was cool with them. Okay. I feel like Bruce realized they was faking it and phony, and he Bruce come off to me as the type of person that ain't gonna be fake and phony. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him being fake and phony. So with that being said, whatever happened, happened. And then now Bruce don't stay there with them no more. From my understanding, I could be wrong. I don't know all the facts. So I'm gonna assume this is a legend. Okay. Now, Don is trying to be close to Carrie. Okay. And so I feel like Don really can't do nothing with R. Kelly's intellectual property because the whole world knows it's R. Kelly's stuff. And if he tried to market it off or sell it bits and pieces here and there, it ain't gonna, nobody's gonna touch it or buy it. For one, because of what R. Kelly is dealing with, and for two, he was going to have to show receipts of, you know, the bill of sale of this stuff. Okay. And so I feel like he's trying to get close to these brothers because they really is the next of kin, you know what I'm saying? Besides his children, who would be first priority was his kids, to get any of this stuff. But the fact that I feel like Don, you know, really put himself out there. I heard somebody trying to defend him. How in the hell is what he did understandable? A gun threat, a bomb. I don't know if it was I thought it was a gun. I didn't know it was a bomb. I thought it was a gun threat. That, how is that even defendable? How do you justify that by saying it was to stop a production? Like this connection is deep, y'all. People is really in this situation. And I'm looking at it from every angle, man. It's a mess out here. It's a jungle. It's a jungle. It's a jungle. And so, you know, we just got to be mindful. We got to stay open-minded. This is still an open investigation, especially with the two charges that he still, well, three, Minnesota, two in Chicago here, the state as well as the federal. And so, you know, I don't know if R. Kelly's sentencing was pushed up or not. If anybody's aware of that, please confirm that in the chat. I was told, or not even told, I read that his sentencing has been pushed up to May 22nd or something like that. I know it to be May 4th. I don't know anything about nothing else, but I know May 4th, unless something's changed. And then they saying Don goes to trial or something the day after the sentencing, which would be strange. And I just don't know if that's factual or not. So I can't really speak on the facts on that. So right now it's alleged. But from my understanding with that interview, he did state when it would take place. But you know, I listened to that audio of Kel's, man, and you can just hear, you know, the distress in his voice. And again, R. Kelly and Don not supposed to even communicate with each other. Okay. So the fact that he's put it out there that somebody else leaked it, but you're on the public platform leaking this information and you're putting it out there that, you know, we not really supposed to be in communication. That leads me to think back how Steve Greenberg wasn't communicating with Don because they knew things that, of course, we wasn't privy to know. And so it's a dirty game, y'all. It's a dirty game. And so he was Steve was looking out for Kels. I will say that, because he did keep Don away. Don kept throwing out, Brian Nix at that time, and people did get connected to Brian Nix. I know this to be a fact, which is those fake sisters. I'm not going to even say it's not fake, because they're fake. They're not real. There's nothing to authenticate them. R.Kelly said it. That ain't enough, baby. People has been manipulative. People have been taking advantage of R.Kelly as we hearing it. The way Bruce explained it is that, educational, or I want to say, how did he say it? He said it like, R.Kelly may not articulate, the clear understanding when it comes to business aspect, but that don't make R.Kelly lack of knowledge in other areas. It just may be, when it comes to handling his business. So if somebody, like he said, if somebody was coming to R.Kelly and say, hey, I need you to sign this is this, that, and the other, he took face value that this is what it was. But people saw that. And when you are from the streets, or you have street knowledge like myself, then you clearly can see that that would have been a come up for anybody. You know what I'm saying? That first thing they thinking is, oh, wow. You know what I'm saying? That's a come up. You know what I'm saying? Being in the hood, you look for come ups like that. You looking for gullible people. You looking for people that's slipping and tripping. You know what I'm saying? I was slipping the other day, and a person got over on me on $1,200 just because I was slipping. I was slipping. This is a factual situation. I was slipping. You know what I'm saying? And I trusted somebody in my home, and I was doing a live with you guys, and I trusted these people in my home, or this person in my home, and they seen some money in my house, and they took it. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't take all the money, but they did take. Yes, I was slipping the other day. Yes, I was slipping, and they snatched $1,200 from me. You know what I'm saying? And so I felt it as it was happening, but I was on my live with you guys. And then when I ended the live, I went to do my count, because something told me, God and me, said, go count your money. And when I went to count the money, it was short. And I was like, no, I don't let nobody in my house. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that, it was missing, instantly I knew who it was, because it's the only person I had just let in my house. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, they got me. You know what I'm saying? But that won't happen again, because that was the last of bad apples that I would have been around, and won't let that happen again, because I just don't let people in my house. But it was a situation, and they was in my daughter's room, and the money was in her room, and you know how you got the tall chest dresser and that one drawer that just like to slide out. And that's where the damn money was at. But before they came, I meant to tell my daughter to move the money, because I don't like to have money laying around like that, especially when you got people in your home. You never know, friends or not. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, that was the camel straw that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because now, ain't no more coming in my home, period. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they got me. And so, but it is what it is, though. God got me, and I'm always gonna be great. But yes, I was definitely slipping. And so, and I would hate to even tell y'all who it was, because I was on my live with y'all, and y'all probably can remember the other day. I had my best friend, her grandson, when they brought the baby to my house. So y'all probably never gonna see that baby again, because while they brought the baby in the home, it was her and her baby daddy and the baby. The baby is just the baby. And my oldest daughter that was there, I had her, go put the baby. They had put the baby in the room, but I was on my live with y'all. And so when they came in, they went into my daughter's room, and when they went on the side of the bed where the dresser that be sliding open is, the baby daddy was putting the baby down, and then my daughter was in the room with them, but then my two nephews that were there, they were 6 and 7 years old, and they were in my room. And so my daughter wanted to go tell them to calm down, chill out, your auntie on live, and the baby is in the other room. The mother of the baby went in the room to go basically distract my daughter, so her baby daddy could snatch the money. You know what I'm saying? So she kind of threw my daughter off. And so when she threw her off, she went in there and she's speaking to my daughter, she's speaking to my other kids and all the kids that was in my room. And then my daughter was like, okay, let's go back in there with the baby. And by that time, he snatched the money, you know, and then they left the baby with me, you know what I'm saying? And then I put the baby on the live and all that stuff. And then next thing you know, when I ended the live, when I looked, they was leaving out the house because they was leaving me with the baby. And so, but when I ended the live, something in me said, go count your money. And so I went to go count my money. And that's when the 12 was missing. And then they came back and got the baby. Actually, I didn't even count it until after they got the baby. After they came and got the baby and they left with the baby, then I counted the money because I got distracted by playing with the baby. So, but soon as they got the baby and they left, that's when I counted the money. And I was like, damn, they got me. You know what I'm saying? That was hella scandalous because, like I said, this is my friend of 33 years. And this is her daughter, whom I helped her raise her children. And we had bad blood, me and her mom, but we had reconnected our friendship or rekindled it. I guess around the time of her daughter's baby shower, we kind of reconnected. And so, and like I said, the baby just was born. He only just made 3 months, I think 2 days ago to 16. And so, but yeah, that's who got me. And it was just crazy because I was like, that's hella scandalous, you know what I'm saying? But again, I know our relationship wasn't as solid as I wanted it to be, but I still would have never thought they would have done something like that. But nobody else was in my house, you know what I'm saying? And I know my 6 and 7-year-old, they didn't go in there and they'll be like, Auntie money, some money, you know, they kids, they don't know. But yeah, I got by somebody whom I trusted, and but they played themselves because I would have helped her with that baby, and that baby would have never wanted for nothing. So now they gotta go struggle in them streets of Cali and do whatever they gotta do and find somebody else to get over on. But the fact that they did me was dirty. So but it won't happen again because I suffered my relationship. Ain't no more communication with them folks. Yeah, that's not, yeah, I was like, wow, really? And I couldn't even be mad because I said, you know what, that was on me, because it wasn't on me, but it was on me because I started to tell y'all to hold on while I moved my own money once I knew they was coming. It's just, you know, you don't want to leave your money laying around, no matter who it is. You know what I'm saying? You never know who would do something like that, not thinking that it would have done it, but something in me was already warning me, and I didn't heed to the warning that God was preparing me for. And then it turned out to be, unfortunately, what he showed me was about to happen before it happened. I did get that premonition. I did get it, you know, but it is what it is. Kel's verdict, September 27, 2021, and same day, Hugh Hefner, September 27th, he passed. Wow, ain't that something? God will return it back 10 times. Yes, he will, and I truly believe that. Thank you, Empress, because God is good all the time, you know. And you know, that family, they go through a lot, so they needed it, you know what I'm saying? But they didn't need to do that. They could have just asked me. I would have been like, you know, maybe not gave them the whole 12, but they could have told me what they needed, and whatever I could have helped out with, I would have looked out for them, you know. But it's crazy. And I did do a little indirect subliminal on my Facebook channel. And then what's crazy is I didn't say nothing about it. I just said, it's when somebody steals something from you, what point is it to bring it up to them? It's not like they're gonna bring the money back. And then the mother, my former best friend, she responded, which is so stupid because it was like, you guilty conscience, you told on yourself. And then what was even crazier is when she called me while I was on my live, she said, you got some money? And I was like, nope, I ain't got no money. And I was on my live, and I'm like, I ain't got. So that let me know right then and there. They saw the money, they told the mama, and it's just, they just expose themselves. People do the wrong things, and they expose themselves. So I'm saying this to say, what? I'm saying, what? You going crazy?
No, I'm sure it was a hype move.
It was a hype. I said, you going crazy? But yeah, it was wrong, but it is what it is. I'm over it now, and it ain't gonna bring the money back. So, you know, they lost more gain for me because God is just the head of my life, the head of the soul. So I'm gonna be all right. What would you have done?
I would have invited them back over.
They ain't got no money.
It wasn't about the money. It's about principle.
Okay.
You stole out of my house, so there's consequences behind your action.
Yeah, there's consequence. But you know what? But see, God gonna handle that. I'm not gonna play judge and jury and executor when God gonna get them.
I know.
Because they already in the struggle. They ain't got it.
I know God gonna handle it.
You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing.
He would have gave me strength to whoop every last one of their ass.
Yeah. I mean, it would have made you feel good for the moment, but it wasn't gonna bring that money back. So I wasn't gonna. It wasn't, to me. Leaving it alone and letting them deal with it is gonna bring more hurt to them because they're like, damn, she ain't even tripping. No, I am tripping, but like I said, what good was it gonna make when they ain't gonna pull the money back up?
You're right.
So,
I mean, it's gonna hurt him in the long run.
It's gonna hurt him, baby.
They lost a good friend.
The best friend she ever had. You know what I'm saying? When her daughter, that's her daughter having her first grandbaby. And I don't know, I went live when I went to the baby shower. Y'all saw that stuff that I bought that baby?
Yep.
That baby wasn't going to want for nothing for the first year of his life. I'm talking about outfits to glory. Every outfit you could think of from newborn all the way to he was about at least 24 months. Then I bought the stroller, the car seat, the swing, the playpen, diaper, boxes of diapers, that baby wasn't going to want for nothing. And then Christmas is right around the corner. You know what I'm saying? They played themselves, you know. And then for her to say, we would never do that. Who did it? Nobody came in my house but your daughter, her baby daddy. And then once my daughter told me how they distracted her, that's how I knew right then and there. I was like, they got me. And so that may be why they are going through what they are going through because of what they have done. Yeah, God don't like ugly. They definitely gonna miss me, honey. I know that. They asses out there. Oh yeah, I'm so Gucci about it. It is what it is at this point. But I know they feeling it and they hurt. And then she had the audacity to unfriend me on Facebook. How you unfriending me and I should be unfriending you? So I ended up just blocking her. She'll never find me unless she make a fake page or whatever. But she can't get on because I don't even accept people on my social media. They lost more than they gained. Exactly. We will keep you in prayers, Hollywood Nash, your family and the couple with the baby. God will intervene. You are correct. Yes, God took the out of their life for. Yes, he did. Tip, he did, and that's what one of my friends on Facebook, when I did indirectly post it, they said, well, it's better now than later because they revealed themselves and God don't make mistakes or something of that nature. And I believe that message was to be facts, like, I don't know.
Now they got to go do a Don Russell work out chicken and waffle.
Well, I got her mama her job, and she's been holding on to that job for all her life. I filled out her application for her. I filled out her questionnaire for her, and she got in that company, and she ain't left yet, and that's all she got.
Well, chicken and waffles next.
That's all she got. But that daughter, they just lost their place because they falsified information. And when they did the background check, after the fact, they had already moved in. They just had the baby. They get them people not even 30 days. So by the end of the month, we want y'all out. So now the daughter lived with her grandma, and the baby daddy and the baby. They was going through a lot. I remember that night. Yeah, Karen, exactly. And that was just last week, literally. And so, Miss Pieces wanted me cap like they did that man's son on the movie, The Cooler. I didn't see that movie. Tomorrow's Leader Sports Network. I didn't see it. But yeah, Karen, that was that night. That was last weekend. Last Friday to be exact. Sadly, she's gonna continue to struggle just for that act alone. Yep. With that one, you are correct. Yep. A good friend, hard to find. Very hard to find. And they ain't nobody gonna ever replace me. And they've missed me to the point where, it is what it is. I'm over it. People are so disappointing. So you know what I want to do? So when I want to come on and do these type of lives, we're gonna meet over there on Hollywood Team Next. I figured this gonna be my channel for my content and everything. So make sure you guys subscribe to Hollywood Team Next. Make sure your bell notifications are on, because again, when I do go my lives, I want to be able to keep these type of lives up where, you know, it's just fun and we talk about whatever, you know, is happening in our everyday lives and stuff like that. And to just, you know, let off a few things. Somebody said, Hollywood is still crazy to me how these people praise and support Con Russell, but say they're for R. Kelly, right? Doesn't make no type of sense. He stole Kel's stuff, and they defend him. Yep. I'm up. Okay. When you all have time, subscribe. Yes, please. Oh, excuse me. So, because I'm not going to keep this live up. And the reason I'm not going to keep this live up is because I'll be wanting to sit, you know, my little liquor. I might want to smoke my little black, you know what I'm saying? I want to keep this platform very, very professional. So, so I will be back. We're going to chop it up tonight because I'm up and I can't sleep and I got to smoke. I gotta smoke, yo. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta smoke. But we gonna be over there on pieces. I mean on Team Next and stuff when I want to do these type of lives when we just having fun. But this ain't a live I'm keeping, but this is something for us to just, you know, chop it up. He's stupid. Seems like Don trying to get time knocked off his time. He definitely spoke reckless. Yes. Just my opinion. I agree with you, Miss Jeter. I also feel that because he's so open about what he has to say, and I'm learning from the first portion of what R. Kelly has been through, and the fact that, you know, R. Kelly, these people have been out here and they've been saying so much stuff on these platforms, and everything that they say on these platforms, they say it in court as well. So the fact that he's saying these things, I'm looking at him like, this is what you're told. This is what you told to the investigators. This is what you told the federal rallies, you know, when they came and got your devices and stuff. So to me, I just feel like they tore his kneecaps still. Oh, okay. Right on top tomorrow's leaders. So yes, Hollywood Team Next. Absolutely. That's the platform. So we'll do these lives like this over there when we just shooting the breeze and just, you know what I'm saying? When I ain't doing content and we just having fun, we'll have our fun over there. I'm on the back porch doing both. So, but yes, I feel like that's what everything he's constantly saying. Yeah, he likes to have sex. He's hypersexual. He having sex with multiple women. He could have sex with 5,000 women, 50,000 a year. This is what he's telling the feds. He pissed on girls. He's telling the feds, and we keep saying, where are these tapes that they claim they got? Where are these tapes at? Because none of the tapes was brought up in the first trial in New York. So that means that these are going to be the tapes that's going to be brought up here in Chicago. And I feel like now we know where the tapes came from. He's telling on himself. And this is my opinion, okay? We got to wait and see what happens once trial get here. But in my opinion, this is what he's saying, you know, because it's not, he said this stuff out his mouth. Okay, he said he pissed on girls, and I got tapes of him having sex with girls. So you got these tapes. You the one that's holding these tapes against R. Kelly. This is extortion. And again, I can't get over the fact that you just come back and in 2018, but you end up with all his intellectual property. Nah, somehow, some way, he. Why don't you put your PJs on? Why don't you put your PJs on?
I know. I'm gonna put them on right now.
It's right there.
Okay, back.
Oh, it's thin and you be relaxed. Yep, he said that shit. He did. I can't believe Cho is already over it and he's a beginner. Well, Tip, you gotta understand, this ain't for the weak. You gotta have thick and tough skin in this fight. I mean, I don't know nobody that's come in this fight and walked out without the smoke on them. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have some smoke on you. You gotta go through the fire to the living through the wire. And I just can't be with you. I gladly risk it all.
Joe said, some of y'all lay back make me don't want to do no more report to R. Kelly.
Because this shit is real. I mean, the fights amongst each other, the bickering and everything, it's a mess.
He said he came in the chat.
You stupid. You stupid.
He came in the chat.
Yeah,
They let
he
loose.
said,
They just let
Don
loose.
move like
Nice.
a snake. He is a snake. He's like this. He all over the place. He's showing studios. What you building a studio for? What artists do you got? You got all R. Kelly shit. You about to reinvent a new artist and use all R. Kelly stuff. I'm just saying, like, this dude is weird.
He said, "Oh, everything free. Come on."
He said everything is free. He did. He did say that. He said, y'all come over to Indie Bills because it's free. It's free. It's free.
We ain't gonna mess with your money.
We ain't gonna mess with your money. We ain't gonna do none of that. He did say that. That's messed up. Facts. Tough skin you must have. You have to have it in this fight because these people that's fighting for R. Kelly.
because I really want to know who's building a studio and not expecting to make any money. So I mean, help me understand that one there. What are you building a studio for?
He building a
what
studio.
What are you trying to exploit everybody else for? You know what I'm saying?
He's trying to have a
what
spot.
What do you get at the end?
He got R. Kelly's shit. He got that. He said he showed everything he had on R. Kelly. He showed his whole entire stacks on stacks. We knew he had a ton of stuff. And then he was throwing everybody under the bus. He said this person got that. He was telling on everybody. He said, me and Keith and R. Kelly, we was in LA and we sat down and we negotiated this. He said R. Kelly signed over shit to him. And then Choke said, did R. Kelly know what he was signing? He said, did he know what he was signing? Because people been doing this to R. Kelly for so long. Don said, shit, let me come in here. He said he the only one that should be able to crack jokes. Why you? Why you the only one who can crack some jokes? Because it's funny to you. You got all that nigga shit. Somebody that tried to break in his mama's shit trying to take R. Kelly shit. That nigga moved that shit. He already had moved it. Now they got surveillance cameras all over the place. I'm talking about why you taking them all? You keep that on. Wow, you was not playing. Man, let me see. Do we know that Don told the feds anything unless this is coming from somebody that was in the inside with the FBI? Did the feds leak this information about Russell? Wait a minute. Don didn't told on himself because how do we know? Because first of all, he has an open federal case going right now. Then he was already told on his stipulations by the judge, don't do no social media. Do not be on social media at all. And he on social media. This is just a mess, y'all. He
didn't talk to him personally. He talked to him last night.
You stupid. This ain't right, y'all. I'm telling you. This is dirty. I'm sorry. How he out of everybody he just did a 360. And so somebody said something that was level up. She made a comment and she said, it was something she said in my comment section about, he said he just talked to R. Kelly for the first time. If he just talked to R. Kelly for the first time, when did R. Kelly authorize him to get his shit? That's what she said. And there's level up right there. That was real what you said. She said he was trying to raise $1 million off of Kels when Kels was first indicted. That's a fact. He tried to do a backdoor deal. Better laugh than cry at this point. They wicked. That's why I don't let people play me too close. Exactly. And so, it's dirty, y'all. It's dirty. But yeah, that's real talk level up. How is it that you say you just talked to R. Kelly for the first time, but yet you got all his shit? So when did you get permission to get his stuff? Because he was indicted. He been incarcerated. You never talked to him while he was in jail. You never talked to him before. You only talked to him when he was free. And then it's like every time he was speaking, he said R. Kelly forced him to do this. R. Kelly forced James Mason to take a back seat while he take a front seat. R. Kelly made me do this. He kept saying R. Kelly had him doing it. So you saying this is what you're telling to the feds. So for the fact that you can even get on social media and say he's hypersexual, I got sex tape. And that's why he was like, so
now let's make a deal.
Basically, he's making a deal. He can say it ain't no deal on the table right now, but you got a public defender. But then he's sitting here talking about, well, I gave him $40,000. I helped him save his studio with his damn money. What the fuck is you talking about? I've been saying he was helping R. Kelly. If he did give him this money he claimed he gave him, the checks he was showing, this check came from SunTrust Bank. That's R. Kelly's money. That's where his royalties was coming from. And even in trial, it came up that Don was a part of the octopus. Okay, he was connected to James Mason. He was connected to the accountant man, and the accountant man was getting over on R. Kelly. What he got, $60,000 to $80,000 a year for what? He said he was spending anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day with R. Kelly. Even the prosecutor said, what was you talking about for that many hours? Like, so the fact that he was running up Kel's bill like that, everybody that was around Kel's all had something to do with the takedown and swiping all his money right from up under him, having him sign stuff because they knew he couldn't read it. So they were signing things over to themselves, writing checks to people. And like I said, that check stuff was a scam from the start. Ain't nowhere in hell you writing no, allegedly, what was it, 46, 48, or 56 so-called payouts?
They said Kel give them their money.
Payouts? That was dirty.
They said Kel, well, Angelo said Kel, what if you don't pay your workers? Now,
Angelo said,
how you know about the payroll?
Yeah, he everybody knew about that because they was up under R. Kelly. They was soaking up they was seeing his areas where they could get over on him at the lawyer. The lawyer did it. All these people was getting over on him, and it was sad. It was sad, and that's dirty.
He used different.
It was
lawyers.
all about the money. That's sad. They used him. They did. That's why he was showing. That's what he was showing us. Yes. Let me see. Wasn't them R. Kelly's royalty checks that was being deposited into his Don's mama's account? Allegedly, yeah. That part I can't say for a fact, but yeah, allegedly. And then it's like, they like I said, they played him every which way. He had nobody around him whom he could trust. Nobody. Why would Kel say, yeah, keep my stuff for me if they just use him in the trial to convict him? Yeah. And see, that's what I wanted. That was my point. Don Russell, everything he did convicted R. Kelly. On top of the liars and all the girls. And even he said something else in that on Choke's thing that I screen recorded. He said, what was it? He said something about, let me read that comment again. Keeping R. Kelly's stuff. It was something about something he said. See, I got the audio on in this phone. No, I wish Kel saw this shady stuff. But Kel's kept saying, he said, I got a heart. Every time I forgive somebody that do me wrong, and I keep forgiving them. He said, I keep forgiving them. And so, he tried to tell us. He was telling us everything he could possibly tell us. But, whatever advice he was under, he couldn't really go all into detail. But he was telling us, he was letting it be known that, that they got over on him. That,
His brother said Kel was a lick.
Who said that?
His brother.
Bruce?
He said Kel was a lick.
I missed that one.
Yeah, he said Kel was a lick for them.
Mm-hmm.
He said when he kept doing that, he said, well, hell, they said, man, this nigga a lick.
Yeah, he said he took the Grammys as a souvenir. What a souvenir, and Kel's in jail. What he gonna do with it? This fool been working with the feds. That's why he kept saying they can't do nothing to me. Wow. He definitely did, and I admit, yeah, and that's why I feel that Don was still connected to the people around Kel's that was getting over on Kel's. I feel like once it really just hit the fan, he just came back to collect anything he can get of what was left to salvage. And what was left to salvage was everything that Don ended up with, which is all his intellectual property, all his masters, some of the wars he had. And then Bruce said he took a few things from Don. He was like, this is my brother's stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so
all of them took.
Everybody took stuff, man. Everybody was in on it, man. It was just, this is a dirty
Bruce
situation.
knew about them taking the stuff then. Because he sat there and exposed himself. He said,
well, he was standing in their house.
Yeah.
He was paroled there. He saw his brother's awards there.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? He got my brother's shit. So he like, why he got it? You know what I'm saying? So he took some stuff from Don, and that could have potentially why, you know, they not in communication. Who knows? But if you look at the big picture though, I'm telling you, if you look at the bigger picture, right? Everybody that's beefing with each other in R. Kelly's inner circle, they beefing because of all the stuff they was doing to R. Kelly. That's why they fighting. You got Sharon going crazy. You got, you know, Don trying to defend himself. No, they keep talking. Every time somebody say his name, he want to get on the platform and try to clear his name up. Dude, shut up.
Well, I noticed something he said tonight about Sharon Winbush, right?
Who? Bruce.
Yeah.
What did he say? I might have missed it.
He said he didn't know if R. Kelly fired her or not, right? He said, but she was rumbling around the house. She happened to see some exposed pictures. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what do you mean?
Of Sparkle. Now, this right here, how I put this right here together. Why are you saying that you don't know what happened between him and Angela Winbush? Because Choke asked him the key question.
Mm-hmm.
Why did she have to call Don Russell to contact get in contact with Kale? You see what I'm saying? If she
Who called Don?
Sharon Winbush. She said she went through Russell to lay back to try to help R.Kelly. Remember? This right, Choke brung it out tonight.
So you know Sharon called Don to get in contact with R.Kelly?
Right, and he want to know if she was tight with Kale, as she said she was, like she said she in contact with him right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he confirming that he did say Kels was a lick. Wow.
Why did she have to contact Kels through?
That's why they mad at Don, because he stopped the money flow.
But I'm saying
he felt like shit. If I can't get in on it, ain't nobody getting in on it. No. He went above and beyond it. He incriminated himself. That's why his ass got indicted, because he tried to shut down that damn documentary from coming out when it was gonna come out regardless. You can't stop a network from putting out something that got a green light on it.
Listen what I'm saying.
All he did was stop the premiere. He didn't stop it from airing.
Listen what I'm saying about all of them. Sharon Winbush.
Mm-hmm.
She sit there, she makes statement that she lay back, she's in contact with R.Kelly.
Yeah, that's what they confirming it right now.
Everybody in contact with R.Kelly, they claim.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that boy there sit there, he's speaking for Sharon Winbush for some reason. You see what I'm saying? Now he's mad at Don Russell. You see what I'm saying? See, it's a lot gonna come out.
They all is cahoots. They all in cahoots.
I'm talking about he laid back
because Bruce was even in surviving R. Kelly, so that means he got a $3,000 or $1,500 check.
Exactly.
Because that's what they gave everybody that participated with, somewhere between $1,500 and $3,000.
Exactly.
So I mean, Bruce got paid too, though.
Yeah, he got paid.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, because he was in jail when he got his check. That nigga was in jail when they came and interviewed his ass. You know what I'm saying? This, like I said, this is nothing more than his own people right up under him that did this to him. And now Bruce is mad at Carrie because Carrie and Don working together. Because Carrie, they trying to get paid, and he's putting it out there. He's saying it indirectly, but you just got to know that language from the street talk to put two and two together.
I just wish everybody see, all you bloggers see, why you think they want to come on these blogs? Why you think?
Because they getting it. That's how they getting their messages to each other, because they're not directly talking to each other.
I know.
So in order to let Sharon hear what he got to say, you go on somebody's platform and put it out there. You use this person's platform to get a message to that person, because they know people gonna watch the platform. So if you know Don gonna be on here, you know Sharon gonna be on here, you know Bruce gonna be on. Everybody in the chat. That's why they always in the chat. I don't. They always in the chat. They all trying to be the slickest thieves. Yeah, but they exposing themselves. So every time you see them come out, they telling on themselves. And they doing it right in our faces. And if you're not street savvy, you're gonna miss it. You're gonna think they bringing some revelation, but in reality, all they doing is exposing themselves. Don is talking to Sharon, Sharon talking to Don, but they doing it on the platforms. You know what I'm saying? Bruce talking to Carrie through the platform and let Carrie know, get away from Don, because Don did me dirty. He gonna do you too. And he got, and see what they doing is they trying to get that shit from Don, because Don got it all. So if Don goes to jail, they don't know where the shit is hidden at.
And that's why Don did what he did.
Speak on it.
That's why he came out. He ready to tell what he know. You know what I'm saying? He putting it out.
He like fuck that. He like, I got his shit. Exactly. And showing the videos. Look at all this shit. This all R.Kelly shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is you for real? So R.Kelly life was only worth a couple of thousands to all these broke people. Yes, that's all they was able to get. They thought they were going, all of them thought they was going to get $1 million each.
Well, you got to look at
that's why the common number is $1 million. Don tried to get $1 million under the table through the shell company. The Savages said, I'm going to go off and make my millions. The Clary thought he was going to get $1 million through his daughter. And Don was right there in the middle, trying to negotiate an extortion plot with R.Kelly, the Clarys, and the Savages. Just give him a song. It's just that easy. Just, he see all the music he got. Just give him a song. That's what he basically said. Just give him a song. And all this he said, this is our small problem. How is this a small problem? This is a big situation. What is he talking about? A small problem. How? Giving them a song so they could run with it and try to make some money off of R. Kelly's name? Mm-hmm. And R. Kelly don't even fuck with these people like that. That would make R. Kelly feel bad. So that's why Kelly like, fuck, do what you fuck y'all gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Then that's what I was gonna say. In the audio, Don said, Kells, he said, something about the music. Damn, why I keep slipping off my brain? It's gonna come back again. That's crazy.
He said that he was saying that how they was coming at him, and he come back a few months and found out all this right here was going on, something like that. I know all that right there was just all game.
I saw that. I'm like, dude, you're incriminating yourself. My Fred Sanford voice, you big dummy. Yeah, but he ain't incriminating himself because he already is indicted. So what he's doing is trying to get all out that he can get out. He won against the judge's wishes by putting himself on these social media platforms and speaking when knowing he was told not to speak. Well, so it is what it is.
That was his way of talking to the feds. Hey, y'all.
Because he know the feds is watching. So he's telling the feds, I got his intellectual property. Give me a deal, and I give y'all his shit. Because mind you, they want his stuff. Mind you, they want remember once R. Kelly was convicted, they went to get the forfeiture stuff. So what is he forfeiting when he don't have his own assets? They want the assets. And who got the assets? Don got the assets. So Don basically is holding that over the feds' head. Like, y'all want this nigga intellectual property that's worth all these millions of dollars, 900 million to be exact. Let me go and give me some meals and I'll go. You know what I'm saying? Throw me in the witness protection program and I get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, Don's loose. You know what I'm saying? And so, he out here bragging, basically. But he, like you said, the feds is watching, so he's talking to the feds. He's letting the feds know, I got that nigga intellectual property. Let me go. Drop my charges. I testify whatever you want me to testify against R. Kelly, because he's basically saying he's pissing on girls. He got videotapes of him having sex with girls. This is the stuff that's coming up in this newest trial. Sure is. This is what R. Kelly is facing right now, coming up when he go to trial in August. The child pornography. Who got the child pornography? Allegedly, if there's something, it may not be child pornography, but he got something and he's using it to blackmail R. Kelly. And so, because if you listen to that conversation when he was talking to R. Kelly was, that's that voice that I heard and the words that R. Kelly was saying, he said, open this up, see if it's still there. I think that thing is still on there. I don't think he deleted it.
I know what I know.
R. Kelly said, this ain't no competition. He said, it is what it is. You got to hear what he said. I want to play what he said. Open and go there.
He said, I know what I know, and I seen what I see.
Yeah, that's what Don said.
And that's right there where I know right then and there, he's a bitch.
Uh-oh. Your
He's a
phone
real
heckles
bitch.
us here.
That nigga ready. That nigga ready to start a singing. He telling R.Kelly he finna win him a Grammy.
Mm-hmm.
With the feds. All I'm saying is this right here. You get in something, you should know what you signed up for. It's just like with Michael Vick. Michael Vick cousin knew what he was getting into with that dog fight stuff. And when he sit there, got caught up, he couldn't take that weight.
Wait, let me show you. I'm listening.
He couldn't take that weight. He sit there told on Michael Vick.
That's fucked up because see, Choke get caught up in it because he don't know the whole case. He's coming in the end, and it's like he's trying to catch up to everything we know, and we know more than he knows. Oh, he did edit it. He edited it.
These girls are emancipated. In 2018, they're not held captive.
He did. He edited this video.
And the only person that's with your own eyes.
Oh, he took him out there.
He edited. I got it. I need to log in on mine on your phone and then get the audio. I have it. I got that shit. People need to hear that because it's gonna make all the sense in the world.
I just don't know why did he have to tape R.Kelly.
Why did he tape R.Kelly is a very good question.
Why is he taking phone calls?
Facts.
He said he talked to Cannon. Did he take that phone call too?
He said he talked to Cannon 2 days after the verdict.
Exactly.
So if he talked, R.Kelly was convicted on the 27th. So that means on the 29th he talked to. And see that conversation. I don't think R.Kelly called Don personally. That was somebody else that made that three-way call. And when that call was made, Don Russell put, I got to get it off my phone, babe. Let me log in. Let me log in to my account here.
First of all,
let me log in on your phone.
If anybody knows,
and then I'm going to play it.
The feds is not letting you make no three-way phone call. Their system turning
No. Whoever, no, not on the cell phone. You can't even hear when it's clicked. On the cell phone, you can't hear when it's clicked over because it's the way it's done. Hold on. I'm fit to play it for them because I got it. And I want to make a point because, you know, I think it's Team Next.
I don't think Kenny made no three-way phone call.
No, not Kenny. Hell no. Kenny ain't did nothing like that. I'm talking about when he was talking to R.Kelly. Somebody called Don Russell for R.Kelly and let him talk. And when whoever Don Russell was around Carrie, because he said, he go, your brother right here. And he asked Carrie, how is Bruce doing? And he was like, Bruce, you know, and then that's when you heard Don say, or his mama say, he's back in jail. I got it. I'm fit to play it. Team Next, Hollywood Next. Let me log in. I'm going to log in on your phone, and then I'm going to get it out, the audio out of my phone. Let me get this code when it pops up on my phone. They sent you a login. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me hold on, y'all.
Wow, the deal they make with Don Russell is 15 years.
Don is
15 years or more.
Hold on.
Teach him a lesson.
All right. So it's Team Next.
A fat bitch ass nigga think he's slick.
Yeah, he thought he did. He really tried to play him on this one though. No cap. Let me see. Team Next. Oh, that's incorrect. That's why I didn't come in. Team Next. Hollywood Next. At gmail.com. Yeah, that should come through now. Oh wow, I keep messing up. Hold on.
Levi said, oh.
Levi, he's I'm gonna call. He's I'm gonna send you the link. And that nigga never called in. He knew he wasn't calling in. Levi, the gig is up. Gmail. Team next.
Bruce said, hey, now one of them girls to R.Kelly's sister.
None of them.
He said, now one of his sister.
Wait, what did I do wrong?
He said, daddy called him years ago. Saying, I'm your daddy. I got pictures of you.
He said, where's my skateboard, my bike?
My big wheel.
My team next. Next.
So Kel asked that nigga, where my big wheel at?
Gmail. That's crazy. So he told on himself. He said a lot.
Bruce put it all out there.
Okay, it should pop up now. It's okay. There we go.
Yeah, but I didn't take his face mask off.
6-1. You stupid. Okay, I'm fit to get in this live, and then I'm gonna take my phone and
somebody said it's real.
Press mute.
I thought that you could things change.
You dumb. You dumb. I can't with you. I cannot. Okay, now I got my phone. Let me get the audio. Okay, so this is what I wanted to play. The first part of this, because I cut this up so I could hear everything he said. Now listen to what Don said. This R.Kelly. R.Kelly said, this ain't no competition. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even mad. You know, even still while he going through this situation, he's still not mad. You know what I'm saying? It's hella scandalous, y'all. But this is what Don had to say.
Hey, let me tell you, though. Rob, listen, I can't unsee what I saw. I can't unsee what I heard. And I'm doing that.
He didn't mean to play that. He said, Rob, I can't unsee what I seen. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to play it again so y'all can hear it again. That's what he was saying. I can't unsee what I seen. I can't undo what I do. Listen, he telling on himself. Listen.
Let me tell you, though. Rob, listen, I can't unsee what I saw. I can't unsee what I heard. And I'm doing that. Everything was set up.
He didn't mean to play that audio part. He did not mean to play that. I know he didn't mean to play that, but it's out there and people like myself be screen recording because you never know when people gonna delete their videos, cut and edit it. So you gotta get what you get. When you hear it, you gotta get it. And I was quick on my feet with that. And so but R.Kelly was saying, let me hear it again. He's talking about mad about it. Say no competition, none of that stuff. I just want to make sure I'm talking to you. He says, one instruction I want you to do right now. Now, why would you have a recording of some shit like that? That's because Don is going to use that against R.Kelly. He's going to use that against R.Kelly. He's going to say R.Kelly instructed me because that piece right there confirms R.Kelly just wanted to talk to him. He just wanted to make sure this is you. And the fans got this recorded. If you're talking to R.Kelly, the fans got this recorded. Don dirty. I always said he was dirty. He said, Rob, I can't unsee what I saw. I can't unhear what I heard. That conversation that Don and R.Kelly had, that I guarantee you, that conversation was about give up my intellectual property. Who can he trust? Can't trust him. But listen to more.
Did Rob ever ask you personally or through the lawyers to return stuff? No, absolutely not.
He lying.
Let me tell you what happened. So I did talk to Rob about a week ago for the first time, and I thought that was stupid that somebody would let somebody know that, because part of what, his
This
case,
is my content.
basically we're not supposed to really talk
don't.
because some lie, all of his,
I got this.
his what do you call them, his homies for life and niggas, his guys have been around him for 30 years. When was the last time you spoke to Rob?
Now, when's the last time you spoke to
right after he called me about. I talked to Cannon 2 days after he called. I'm gonna play y'all just a piece.
I'll play y'all this for y'all, and that's what he got to play in the audio that I'll let y'all hear. Don dirty. I said it from the start. It was never a doubt in my mind he was shady.
So what was the first time you talked to him?
Who? Was it a week ago or was it 2 days after? He said he talked to Cannon 2 days after. Then he went all into left field. And then you got to listen to this part because this is where it gets interesting at. I'm going to let y'all hear it. I'm talking through it in case somebody try to get this recording and have it. But you're going to have me in it because you didn't get it when you should have got it. I got it. So, yeah. I want to be heard in this one. You can't cut me out of this. But he didn't want to play that either. I'm still trying to figure out that voice. It sounded like Lily, but I ain't trying to throw her under the bus either. But that voice sounded very familiar. You got to listen to what he said, and this is going to bring back the memory for what I was trying to say too.
Yeah, it was
look. He couldn't. He was recording R.Kelly. Why? And you're not supposed to be in contact with him. Why are you recording the man?
Right after he got out.
Right after he got out.
I mean, and let's look at that.
Let's look at what?
A few people mentioned that shit about why.
What?
Go down there and testify. Well, first of all,
that's the part I want to say. This is what he about to say right here. A few people mentioned why I didn't go and testify for R.Kelly, and this is what he had to say. Because he felt like R.Kelly was going to win this case. I don't give a fuck if you thought he was going to win this case or not. And if people really thought that it's supposed to be this man's friend, fuck y'all, because that's hella scandalous. Because y'all can't say that because you still should have testified. You know what I'm saying? You can't say I thought he was going to win the case is why I didn't go. But I'm gonna go back and let y'all hear it. But I'm talking through it because, like I said, you should have got why we going to testify. Well, first of all,
there's no way in the fuck he's supposed to lose that.
He wasn't supposed to lose.
Everybody that was watching that shit saw that atrocity acted out.
What he said? Everybody that was watching what? Was you watching my platform when I was reporting? Watching what? It wasn't broadcast live. You showing the fuck wasn't in the building. So what are you talking about? This is dirty. Some of the vibes that I was getting from the people at court is starting to add up in my mind. I might be a little delayed for it, and not really delayed, but just didn't want to really say too much then, and just try to let it see it play itself out. But listen to him.
That atrocity acted out. When them heifers lied, damn near everyone.
That was irrelevant.
Their mouth was a fucking lie.
That was irrelevant.
So anybody watching that had any ounce of common sense
bullshit
thought the same thing that Gene
did.
At the end of it, it was some fucking injustice done.
He's saying
he got sat back and watched it too and said, "This is some bullshit."
Boy,
there was no reason for me to run or anybody else.
There was no reason to go down there.
Oh shit, you got that from
That's bullshit. You should have been down there.
Upside down on the stand.
You should have been there.
So what were we running up the fuck?
You for support.
But when it came back guilty on all counts, that was shocking.
Boy, please, wasn't no shocker. Your ass was happy as fuck.
It's like you watched the motherfucker.
That's why you said if he get out of this shit.
That shit came up white. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Boy, bye. Boy, bye.
So it's like, no, that's what happened. So by that time, it was too late. We just, it was okay. Cannon seemed like he was performing well.
Cannon seemed like he was performing well. You wasn't even there. So maybe he was in communication with somebody that was there. I only know a few people that was there that he could have been communicating with.
Yeah, he definitely was
Candy tore a hole in all their asses.
He killed a lot of people. He killed a lot of people. So
look at him. He's so distracted.
He did his thing.
He's so distracted. He's playing all R.Kelly's recorded conversation. Watch this. He said, we're going to let everybody that's here say something. That's a dirty ass nigga. I'm just saying, if Carrie, you know what I'm saying? The dude Santi, everybody that's out here that's being said negative stuff about was in the presence of Don Russell, even Don Russell's mother. Okay? And you'll hear it here. This is crazy. Santi. That's crazy. But that's crazy. June, that's the mother. That's Don Mama. This is dirty. I'm sorry I gotta talk through this because whoever's trying to get this audio gonna have me all in the audio, so they ain't gonna have no good audio. But this is dirty, y'all. You know. Yeah, baby, come in. You want to bed? Good night. It's midnight. Mm-hmm. He put Carrie on the phone. That's dirty. He sat there recording R.Kelly. Look, see, June said he back locked up. That was Don Mama telling him what to say.
Back locked up.
Dirty. They dirty. They all dirty. They last one of them. He wants to know his brother was okay. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's down. Don is wrong, man, on every level.
Yes.
That's dirty, y'all.
I will, bro. I will. Love you, bro.
He love his brother. It's like, why you record R.Kelly, Don? What was that for? What was the purpose of recording R.Kelly? What was the purpose, though? I really want to know what was the purpose of recording R.Kelly.
So you go tell
her. Because that don't make no sense to me, that he recorded R.Kelly.
You better tell him.
He's telling on him. Shit.
No, he told on him.
He told on him because he had to. Because why would you be on social media talking about he has a sex addiction and you got tapes of him pissing on girls and having sex with women and he looked like a grand biscuit. Biff the kid, you hecka funny.
So you know how the street gang go.
He said he know how the street gang go. How I go?
He said at the table with gangsters.
He ain't sat with no gangster. Not doing nothing like that. Okay. Gangsters where?
That's what they want to be as gangsters do. And then they want the young guys to think it's okay.
He could have used that audio to help the prosecutors in the Chicago case. Exactly. Because he's showing he has communication with R.Kelly from the inside. He's showing, and we don't even know all of what's on that audio. We only know what he let us hear. But like I heard, R.Kelly said, this ain't no competition. I'm not even tripping. You know what I'm saying? He said, but I wanted to make sure this was you. And he said, I want to make sure this was you and something else he said. Let me see. Because that's wrong. This wrong. Let me go back to the beginning. When R.Kelly was talking. He said, ain't nobody to blame or nothing like that. No competition. I just want to make sure I'm talking to you. He said, I just got one instruction that I want you to do right now. We don't know what was said because he cut that out. He didn't let us hear that. He said, this ain't the part I want y'all to hear. This was his way of trying to prove he's communicating with R.Kelly, but he's showing this on social media so the feds can get this. He talking to the feds. And that was his way of talking to the feds because he know they watching. Everybody knows the feds is watching. They watching right now. Shit. You know? Might as well try to trust them. Let me see. Oops. Back your phone. Your phone. Tripping. That hope right on a cookie sheet and into an oven. But where's to say that's recent though? Well, we don't know, and you're right about that. Is that person who stole from him? And I show it. Hold on. Let me get back in this. I can't even see the doggone line. Okay. Okay. Let me get back and get off your phone.
My phone.
Yeah, I'm getting off your phone. Somebody called me. And get off your phone. Okay.
Hello?
I mean, how do we know the recording is recent? I don't know.
Where you at?
He told him to give that property back. I bet if that conversation they had, he said, I just need you to do, he said, I just want to instruct you to do one thing. And that's probably him telling him where he want his stuff to go. But we'll never know that. We'll never know that because he cut that out. He didn't hear that. He didn't want to hear that. He was slipping. Like I said, I was getting that audio. Something told me to screen record it because I didn't know what he was going to do. I didn't know he was going to delete and edit that. We know the recording is recent because he ain't talked to Kels since Kels been in jail. First time he talked to Kels, he claimed was after the verdict. 2 different times he said after the verdict. Then he said he talked to him for the first time last week, about a week ago. Well, the Jasmine girl, what about her playing 22? Everybody's a suspect. As you, Jasmine, and you just want to know what we know about her, I'm just saying, no disrespect to you, but Jasmine is still out here, and she got these fake names and these fake pages for her, so somebody even asks about her, and her ass is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. I ain't gonna give her no airtime on my channel. She ugly as fuck, and she was in that docu-series that Shabazz put together because she came around. Prison Clary sent her ass in. They was trying to send people in. She ain't nobody. She's a bum. A broke bum. Trying to come up off of kills like everybody else that was around him. Why did he give his son a Sprinter and not his own son? Because he didn't give his son no damn Sprinter. That boy probably sat in the Sprinter, took a picture in the Sprinter. And the reason I say, and no disrespect to you, that you could be Jazz is because she does shit like that. I've known her pattern from 2019. She would get on these platforms and speak about herself on the platforms. And she was telling me she was doing that. That's why I assumed you would potentially be her. But no disrespect to you if you're not her. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, yes, babe. Yeah. And that's how you know it was not recent because Bruce, because Bruce wasn't locked up a week ago. No, but that could have been like we don't know. And you're right. We don't know. But Bruce was locked up at the time that audio was recorded. And so I know when during trial, Bruce was locked up. So if Bruce just got out, then it could have been like he said when he talked to Canick 2 days after trial, but he couldn't give a definite date when he talked to R. Kelly. He was like, I got the audio right here. And then you putting all this federal rally ass shit out here for the feds to see. Just messy. Let's see. Go, hey, now I bought your B&M in New York. I just keep hearing her name from whose? Oh, plain. I'm twisted. Vixen on your Twitter. Everybody is a suspect. Like I said, no disrespect to you, plain 22. This game's so dirty. I'm talking about supporters is portraying themselves as supporters. You got people in the chat that could be the feds. I don't know who is who. I trust none. And this is a serious situation. You know what I'm saying? But I feel you, girl. Thank you for clarifying who you are. Shit. Bruce went to sleep right after that. Let me see. Somebody said at the end of the interview, I tried my best not to laugh. That nigga was like this. And then he started eating. Bruce was like this. He took that damn Arizona. He was like, that shit was funny as fuck. I almost beat on myself. Oh my God. Through the whole damn Wait, Vince said they had the nerve of low rate Kales. Hold on, let me go back to that. Low rate Kales, thinking he would be weak for her. That's an insult. And they bought her in on a mega bus. They didn't even provide a snack. Damn, y'all stupid as that. Nah, his whole head went back to that shit went up my nose. Baby, how was he eating?
Some people said that was corny.
What they say? Coronavirus. He said, what through the TV? That shit was funny. The comments had me, oh my goodness. He did a second pew doze off. He was like, and he said, what you say? And then he even went from dozing off to get into a conversation. And no disrespect to Bruce, but baby, that looked like some heroin and shit. Man. And that's fucked up because we all, I'm sure everybody or somebody got somebody in their family that's, you know, abusive to the drugs. But
Bruce was woke when he sit there with Levi said he was his cousin.
He woke the fuck up when he talked about Levi. That shit was so funny. Oh my God, baby. Open your phone. Let me get that audio out of there. Let me play that part again, please, baby.
So he said, man, no, hell no. Don't get him found out. Tell that shit. Tell that lie while I'm on this phone. I'm on here. Man, they know not shoot that shit past me. Shit.
That was so damn funny. Oh my God.
That's my cousin.
Uh-oh.
You know.
Here we go.
I don't think he would say that in front of Robert.
Uh-oh.
Or me for that matter.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to set the record straight. You know, I take family seriously, man. I don't just, you know, adopt people who say that they're relatives of ours. Because we have a very small family since the women in our family start dying off.
He texting me now.
I said he was texting him. I said when he started talking like that, I said he texting that nigga.
Well, how the hell can he be related to Robert and not related to us? And we all came out the same womb.
Rob's father is not his father, bro. Please clear my name, bro. Be fair.
Clear my name, be fair. Shut up,
My
Levi.
father is not his father.
It's not your father. You and Rob got the same father.
So let me ask you this.
She said I was at Walmart waiting on Levi to say his name. He never said it, and Walmart almost closed. Ooh, shit.
I can tell you right now, if you got anything to do with Cassandra and Lisa, that's a bunch of bullshit right there in itself.
I got you.
Oh my God, y'all, it's funny as hell tonight. Y'all up on some bullshit. He called in.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, well, so where are you exactly related to Robert?
I'm related to Rob to his dad.
Who his dad is who? Who is his dad? Huh? What's his dad's name? What's his dad's
I
name?
don't know. Hold on.
For this, I want to say this to you very clearly, brother. You said, what's his dad's name?
What's his dad's name?
Choke got bamboozled on this one, though. I ain't gonna lie. Choke is like, because Choke got bamboozled. He believed that was his cousin. He vouched for him.
Come on, Levi, don't do that.
Don't do that, Levi. I vouch for you, Levi.
Answer the question, Levi.
I vouch for you, Levi.
And then I'll speak, and then I'll let. All right, just answer his question. What's his father's name?
Now that shouldn't be hard to get.
We need to pour some water on Choke. Choke was hot as fuck. This nigga, he dancing. He dancing. He dancing. Step, side to side.
There has been a concerted effort on the part of many to find out who I am, what I am, who my last name is, who I'm related to.
We don't care about you.
I would never. I ain't got no death threats.
For two, yo, you heard him?
I ain't got no death threats for what? I know Robert, my brother. We came out the same womb. We got the same last name, Kelly. And I think it's really ironic that Lisa and Cassandra
Lisa Cassandra
came up with, their last name is Kelly. That's really, really.
Somebody need to send this to Kenny.
To me. So
Bamboozled and hoodwinkle.
Robert's name is Kelly. Our name is Kelly. How could that come about?
Oh my God.
Okay, back up, stop right there. Come right there.
Oh.
Wait, are you going to answer his question about what's his father?
Choke man is fuck.
Hold on, brother.
Is you gonna answer the question?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on, brother.
He asked you a simple question. What is his father's name?
I'm asking you to explain it to me. I'm asking you.
That nigga said, damn, can I explain myself?
Before Rob even got signed, we were in bands.
And the gag is
and all that.
We're gonna let him talk. Hold on, we're gonna let him talk.
he said we're gonna let him talk. Choke still trying. Choke like what's his father now? Choke said it's a simple question. The FBI and Homeland Security, you police ass nigga.
This is why I don't do this.
Hey, Bruce was wide open. Bruce was woke.
If you can't answer a question,
let's get a shot to answer the same.
Oh my God, it was so hard. I thought my water broke. Oh my God.
That shit don't fly with me. It don't work with me.
Hold on.
Robert, my brother, you ain't got no goddamn sister's name Lisa. know my family.
Ah,
Ain't no goddamn Levi.
ooh, Lisa Cassandra,
No Lisa.
you know damn good.
In your family. I'll never claim to be in your family. Robert is my goddamn
How you
family. And you ain't in his family.
say?
You ain't in his family. In no way, form, or fashion, pimp.
He said, "Pimp."
I just want him to answer the question because he walking on a bullshit stage with me, and I ain't for that shit. I ain't for that. Hold on, Bruce. Levi. What is his father's name?
Give man 5 minutes to find out what's the name.
It will threaten your life by telling this man his father's name. What I said was, I cannot disclose any information pertaining to me and my family.
They would ask you about your family.
And there it is. That's bullshit I'm talking about.
Reverend Lowdown.
You know, that'll never get
It's the youngest,
through
right?
me.
Is R.Kelly the youngest or Carrie? I think it's Carrie.
Have I ever claimed that my last name was Kelly? Yes or no? I'm asking Bruce this question. No, you said R.Kelly's your cousin. Nobody said that. You said that was your name. Your name is Levi for Kelly. No, you ain't saying.
Choke mad as fuck. Choke like fuck that. Answer the damn question. Ain't gonna lie, felt like Bruce had been waiting for that confrontation. I know Choke was heated with Levi because he vouched for Levi. He said, "I know for a fact that's his cousin."
No, wait, yo, my nigga, you not giving a direct answer. We allowing you to speak. Yo, all right, so look, this is what I'm gonna do for you, Levi. Levi, this is what I'm gonna do for you. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes uninterrupted. Me and Bruce ain't gonna say shit. And answer his question within your 5 minutes.
He said, "Wait, what? Wait, what?
We got an agreement.
Look,
We have an agreement.
no." He said, "We got an agreement." No. Oh, shit.
Within what you want to say. You said you're asking me to answer his question as it pertains to my last name? No. He wants to know what is his father's name. Tell him his father's name. If you know who his father is,
He don't know it.
family, and you know who his
He
father
couldn't
is,
answer that question. A simple question.
I can't say it no clear. I have never, ever once said in any way, shape, or form that I was related to Bruce, Kelly, Carrie, the sister. None of them. Let's start there. Well, Bruce, give him the 5 minutes. You said you were going to give me 5 minutes to allow me to speak. Go ahead. Same shit, bro.
He ain't saying shit. Oh, God, Choke was mad as fuck. Because he played Choke. But see, Choke got to be more careful. Because a lot of people going to try to use Choke because they know he don't know. And they're going to try to stop him from talking to people like myself, Dana, and anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because they know who out here that know this shit. They're going to try to throw niggas under the bus. Don't talk to her. She record people. She cuss your ass out. Why? I did that shit. Ask why. They playing the fuck out of Choke. And I'm sorry to say it, but it's how I feel. Pay your phone. Hey, that shit hella funny, y'all.
What up, gang?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm
Right.
serious. They playing the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Because they taking advantage of Choke. They know what the fuck they doing. They know if Choke communicate with me or Dana, you know what I'm saying? And Dana got a lot of fucking information. Dana said, you know, that Don was going to get convicted. I mean, indicted or whatever. I called Don out from the day one. I really said everybody that had anything, if you know R. Kelly, if you met R. Kelly, I wouldn't trust your motherfucking ass. I said that, and I stand firm on that. I've always said that. I said I don't want to associate to nobody. I don't want to be cool with nobody on these YouTube streets. I don't trust these motherfuckers because you know why? I don't know these people. And if they did kills like that, they try to get up under you and throw your ass under the fucking bus. I don't trust nobody at all. Wait, let me see what you said. You said, if Robert has a different daddy, Levi can still be Robert's cousin and not be the cousins of Bruce and Carrie. That's true. Hell, could Bruce name his daddy's name tonight? Okay. Hollywood X, yes, Choke Channel was fired. Now that was a damn good live. I got to give credit where credit is due. I may not be in favor of all of it, but that one right here goes in the books. He better not touch that, cut that, edit that, none of that. Leave that right there. That's some Comedy Central ass shit for a nigga. I'm talking about when you need a good laugh, you go here and press play.
Never stated that I was in your family. I hung around with you. My relationship with my cousin has been a relationship when I would see him in certain parts of the country, when he would come to Detroit. That is our relationship. I'm trying to get an understanding here. You hung around with me. Where'd you hang around with me?
He said, where'd you hang around with me?
I said, did you just say that you hang around with me? Yeah, that's what I just heard come out of your mouth. No, he didn't say that. No, he didn't say that. Okay, well, I just like to get shit clear. I mean, because that's what it sounds like he's saying. Brother, listen to what I'm saying. When we argue, we can't rationalize it. Yo, so
Levi is not his cousin, Cooley J. Not at all. Not at all. And I always said that. That's why Levi didn't like me, because I called his ass out.
Yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
I didn't play with none of these niggas on social media. I don't play with people. I'm too real for that shit.
I get to the nitty gritty, like my mother used to say, get to the nitty gritty of shit.
That's why I like Bruce, because Bruce talked the way he's supposed to talk. That's a real nigga. Street nigga or not, it's a real nigga.
That don't work with me.
Right, me either.
You got to come with the real with me.
Come straight direct, straight shooter. Fuck them bushes.
That don't mesmerize me in no way, form, or fashion. You know, what's his dad's name? You got to go to you know, all this rigmarole and all this old shit like this. I'm not trying to hear all that shit. Because I'm really fed up with all these people, man.
Exactly.
I've never seen a media circus
Medina.
like I've been
He knew he couldn't call that name out because he can't say the wrong name, because they know who R.Kelly daddy is.
On the internet.
You just didn't have a relationship with the man.
Fucking woodwork.
Right.
Like, who the fuck is these people? People contacted me via my Facebook page. Is this Levi guy really y'all cousin? Hell no.
There you have it. He's not his cousin.
Not just no, but hell to the no.
He said not just no, hell to the no.
Like I said.
Good night, Regina.
Robert since 1990. That's just on when he got signed, but way before then. We've been in bands with our mama.
Levi's real name is Gregory Stubbs. That's his real name, Gregory Stubbs. We all know who Levi is.
Levi never ever came up. So, you know, not until Rob got into this late.
Right.
And this jam did.
He was never his cousin.
The family members start, you know, coming.
Everybody coming out saying we related to R.Kelly.
It's easy for them to make fans out there that's on YouTube believe some shit.
They can't fool me.
Know a little something.
Right.
You do got a lot of male groupies out there that follow Rob.
Wow.
Just like women do.
He ain't no play cousin.
They can tell people a little something about him or whatever. But anybody can do that. Find out his background and be able to tell a little something here, a little something there.
Right.
But when it comes down to authenticity, it's not there.
You can't authenticate it.
You can't sell me on it. Just
At
like one of them sisters gonna call me
Listen.
DM me telling me she think that it's time for us to meet. What the fuck for? What's important to meet you for?
Right. It's time we meet.
And this is the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Right.
Your last name Kelly. My mama's last name is Kelly.
Thank you.
Your dad's last name is Kelly. You mean to tell me that's just a coincidence?
Right. Right.
They
changed their name to that.
So,
and that's not even R.Kelly's daddy last name. They got that from their mama.
In layman's terms.
So you saying that your mother's maiden name is Kelly? She never even been married.
She
married to the dude.
She ended up getting married
Lucius,
to our stepdad that we have always considered our dad.
Their dad, Lucius.
Because he's really the only dad that we've ever known.
Yeah, and that's Lucius.
I mean, dad used to come around from time to time, but that wasn't really enough.
Right.
Every 6 months or so.
Right.
You know, that wasn't enough for me to really get attached to him as our dad.
Right.
Our stepdad was there every day of the week.
Mm-hmm.
He chastised us if we did wrong. I know for a fact my mother loved him and he loved my mother.
Nice, sis.
I seen that on a day-to-day basis. So I can say
the stepdad cousin. She said, I'm dead with you.
But you know, always that in the back of your mind, who was my real dad? Right. You know?
Right.
Happened. I remember one Christmas, his dad managed to get his phone number. This was when Robert was staying up north on Green Street.
Here we go.
His dad called his house. Told him, yeah, I'm your dad. I got a lot of pictures of me and your mom and this and that and this and all this and stuff. And Robert's question to him was, really? You my dad? He said, where's my big wheel at?
Huh?
Where's my bike at? Where's my birthday cakes and candy?
Right, Samantha. It was a money grab.
That's what he wanted to know.
Them sisters wanted a music deal. The dark-skinned sister wanted a music deal.
Call my house
Them bitches couldn't stand me at that courthouse.
I don't need you now. I'm a grown man now. But now you want to try to implicate yourself in my life. I don't need you.
Right.
And I think I would have did the same thing, bro.
Facts.
How old was he at that time?
Babe, your phone. Babe. 10. Here. 10. Fake sister. Yeah, because they changed their last name to get in the Kelly camp. Okay. And whoever paid them girls to come in here around to, you know, Dana did introduce them girls to R.Kelly. They met R.Kelly one time, and then right after they met R.Kelly, June something, R.Kelly was arrested the next month, maybe 11 days later, or if that. Yes, it's hard to figure out who to trust. I wouldn't trust none. Look what R.Kelly going through. How could you come in this fight and trust anybody when you see what R.Kelly is dealing with? You cannot trust nobody. You got to do your own thing, and you got to just see who the consistent ones are. But when people see how real you is fighting, then they try to come up under you and get up under you to associate with you because you really fighting, but they really coming around to distract you and tear you down so that way you can get out here and be fighting and arguing amongst each other and make you look crazy like they had me looking earlier in 2019 and 2020. But I vowed that I'm not getting in that mess. I was done with that. You know what I'm saying? Because why is I'm fighting these people? I don't even know these people. Why is we going back and forth? Why are we talking about each other? Why is people doxing one another? Why, you know what I'm saying? It didn't make no sense to me. But when it started making sense was that because it's the confusion, it's the distraction, because everybody beefing with each other that did this to R.Kelly, they throwing each other under the bus. So what other way to make you look no good is to argue with you as well, get you caught up in the net. It's a trap. It's all a trap to get you to do what they doing. So if I'm arguing with this person, and this person arguing with that person, then you got Don arguing with that person, and that person arguing with that, then you got Sharon arguing. It looks like you all a part of the mess. And in reality, you innocent as fuck. I don't know these. I'm from California. California ain't even up on this shit like I'm up on it. I may be one of the 2, 3 people or 4, if that's from California that even talks about R. Kelly. This is a Chicago thing. This is a Midwest thing. This is an East Coast thing. This is a South thing. This ain't got nothing to do with West Coast. We ain't on that shit out down there. We not doing what they doing down there, how they doing it up here. That's why Dr. Rice left them alone. He tried. Dr. Rice and Keith got into some paperwork along with TBD. I believe hers was separate. With Don, hers and Don's had some connections to each other, where she was, questioned by the feds or whatever happened with her situation. Nobody really knows. Nobody talked about it. But I do know she got caught up in the net. Dr. Rice and Keith got caught up in the net because Dr. Rice recorded a conversation with Azriel, and he was trying to talk to Azriel and try to they was using Keith to try to be the money train to pay Azriel. So it's a lot of shit that really ain't all the way came out yet. This is so dirty. It's really sickening, y'all. That's what I said. I said same thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, I followed this case from the start, man. You know what I'm saying? And this is where's Dr. Rogers, where she was the damn PR for the sisters. You know what I'm saying? So many people had a fork in the steak and didn't even get a chance to lick it because nobody could get paid, because they all thought they was going to get some money. Everybody was going to be a part of that document. She was riding the shit out of Shabazz's ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it was a mess, y'all. It was a mess. I ain't falling for it. Who gonna check me at all? I'm over it. My daddy right here ain't letting me get in that mess. He keep me clean from that stuff. He keeps me focused. I ain't got none of that. Nothing to do with it. Nothing. Right, Stephanie. He was doing a lot. Don was doing a lot. Babe, unlock it so I can get back on there. Babe, unlock it so I can get back on there. Babe, I need the phone. Give it back. I want to play it. I want to finish playing it. You better go back. I will. That shit's heck funny. Oh, you. Okay, let's get back on. I don't know if I'm gonna listen to the first one. No, let's just get back to him.
We're forgetting. We're making them like they ain't did nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying?
He was name dropping.
Woo! They can change the music. They can change what they put out. But I just remember being over there and in the industry, and artists were coming in.
He was sounding like Don was sounding like Levi. He did the same thing. He ain't answering no straight questions.
At the beginning time, it's like 10 Crack Commandments and all that stuff was out with Biggie. And
we don't want to hear your background.
Have the agenda of some very powerful, evil people is where the problem, I think, comes in for a lot of these artists. And God gives them a gift, and the guns in our hands, and then they program us
from gangster rap.
Yeah.
Like you said,
over a lifestyle.
Right.
Over a lifestyle.
Like you said, some of these kids was good kids.
You gotta listen.
Like
you gotta listen when he talk.
Afrocentric to this.
I want to skip through some of this.
The farmers come in. A lot of us are not realizing that we're all right now in experiment. You know what I'm saying? It's a big ass lab, and we the experiments. And I talk about this to some of the elderly guys that I hang around with. That's really seen this world go from one type to another, and they all are just. And they are baffled. Like, when is this going implode, or what's going to happen? It's like right now we in DC again. That's what it feels like. We before Christ, because he definitely coming.
Oh, thank you, Biff.
So, I know what happened because it's trap bombs on their ass. I believe in the God that I believe in.
They was trying to be like me at the courthouse. You got people up there trying to take notes. I was taking notes. They weren't taking them notes like I was taking them. They start watching my platform. They like, shit. Now you got motherfuckers talking about R.Kelly said, feed the homeless and do this. I mean, the competition is real, y'all, for this man's love and support. You know what I'm saying? And they doing it all the wrong way. You ain't got to do all that. Just do you.
Trump can get the office and really.
He talking about shit. I don't want to hear all that.
Last time it was this bad where, you know, niggas was getting killed.
We don't want to hear all that. Let's talk about some.
So many years, you know what I'm saying?
He talking about around the.
Probably in the same position, is not worse than the R.Kelly, because
I don't want to hear all that.
To this whole R.Kelly situation, I appreciate you coming back because you know you didn't get
to the point
to speak uninterrupted yesterday because there was so much shit going on. But I don't want to reiterate everything because you did touch on a lot of.
He was doing that at first, Monet. I don't know why he stopped letting people show their faces before they come on. Now he's he allowing people to just get on.
And I watched it, and I haven't been invested in it as much as everybody is. But by the time I came,
good night, baby.
All the players
bring mommy a water.
Court, you know what I'm saying? I came in the fourth quarter. I'm watching the clock. You know, now I know who's playing, what's going on. Now, correct me and my conspiracy theory, I'm gonna call it, or alleged theory on how this goes. Long story, I'm gonna give a
what's the matter, baby?
Cheryl Mack gets cut.
What's wrong?
And now I know that she knew the Savages even before Joycelyn even met Rob. You know what I'm saying? Because she flew them in for the show and, you know, the audition and all that stuff. But from how I see, allegedly, Cheryl Mack gets upset with Rob.
She said
she wanted to do this TV show. She reaches out to Tamara to help her. Tamara she's still in the fold with Rob. She casts a whole bunch of women or reaches out to a whole bunch of women that used to allegedly deal with Rob, whatever. Cass Jones got this book, Sex Me, Daddy's Little Freak or whatever. A fictional story that she wrote about some girls supposed to be messing with Rob, this, that, and that. Eventually, she meets Rob in real life. She tells him about this book. She tells him it's fictional. Them building Cheryl Mack allegedly trying to get this TV show deal going with about R.Kelly. It starts transpiring. She get in touch with the Savages, but Santi gets in the house.
I was trying to see if I could.
Somehow she get kicked out of the house. According to her, she was dating Rob. From a lot of people I hear she wasn't. But she get kicked out the house, so she says that he
trying to put them pieces together.
The other girls.
He working hard.
And then all this eventually transpires into surviving R.Kelly. Surviving R.Kelly gets all
I wish I could show his face, how he looked.
Somebody from Homeland Security supposed to have seen this, and they go and get him indicted, blah, 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 and he goes to trial, boom, 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 he blows, and we here. In a nutshell. I know there's a whole lot of pieces to it, but how's that sound?
There's a lot of pieces to it.
Yeah, in a nutshell, that
his face is lying.
So you're looking at a puzzle, that piece is there. It's definitely there in the puzzle. I think there was, because, you know, because you have the lack of synergy.
Babe, your phone. It's my phone. Give it back when you finish, babe.
Hello? Where you at?
He said he probably did that so he can say he got robbed for R.Kelly stuff so he don't have to give it back. Well, he's claiming he got it. So we know he got it.
And coming away.
Oh my God.
It's kind of hard to go off of hearsay. So what I can say is, in a nutshell, that works. There are probably some things that I heard that were a little bit differently about the involvement of the Savages, the Clarys.
I know. I heard him, Miss Lady. Thank you, love.
Involved, which was which was a close tie to one of the.
I'm not keeping this live anyway.
Cheryl Mack.
And I can play the audio.
That
Those
was
I ain't showing the video.
That I heard were responsible. I heard that Angelo sort of got drug into it. I do believe that initially I was talking to Angelo Caleri and I was talking to Tim Savage in the very beginning because one of the things that that I felt was important to do was get everybody at the table so we can mediate this thing. Let's sit down. Let's work this thing out so we can get the girls back home. At least get the families involved in their life.
He say so we can get the girls back home. Listen to his words. It'd be the words for me.
Initially, I was talking to Angelo Caleri and I was talking to Tim Savage in the very beginning because one of the things that that I felt was important to do was get everybody at the table so we can mediate this thing. Let's sit down. Let's work this thing out so we can get the girls back home. At least get the families involved in their lives in some capacity. And we were planning on doing it around the holidays, and it just always turned into a fucking production. There had to be some music being made, an album going to be put out, and I'm like, listen, fuck all that. Let's just get everybody back together, get it. Then we can work on that shit, And the only person that seemed to have any kind of conversation, decent conversation with initially was Angelo Clary. Now, most of it was probably him probing the shit out of me, but I was doing the same thing to him. So, for the most part, it seemed like it could be handled amicably. I mean, it seemed like that. But when you mix money in and outside influence, which, it was a lot of shit fueling that, that's what turned it into, I think, where we are today. That's part of which turned it into where we are today. As far as women.
He is the leader. I agree with you, Level Up. Ain't no mediating.
He was trying to get everybody together.
He's the ringleader of the enterprise. That's why I said I believe, my opinion, that Don Russell was in communications with the people around R. Kelly while they was getting over on R. Kelly. Because what sense does this make? This is what I wanted to bring up. What sense does this make? You just come back in 2018 and you trying to figure shit out, right? But then in the same breath, you and R. Kelly is trying to make deals, and why all of a sudden you trying to get deals with R. Kelly and R. Kelly's trying to fight for his life and his freedom and shit, and people making these accusations against him, and all you could talk about is let's just give them a song so we can get back to trying to get money. We got deals out here that we trying to make. Nah, nigga, you was extorting as well, and that's why you ended up with this nigga shit. It makes sense to me, my opinion.
They already dealing with their daughters already. It was
this is Christmas 2018.
Listen.
And the goal was to get everybody. We're gonna do a party at hotel, bring everybody up, the families that is, and then just do this whole. I pitched the whole idea to Rob. I said, listen.
He pitched this idea to R. Kelly. This was his doing, but watch how he tried to switch it off and put it off on R. Kelly. He just said, I pitched this to R. Kelly. I'm gonna go back.
Bad idea for you to go and just get a couple songs.
Listen, he's extorting him. Listen.
And then just do this whole, I pitched the whole idea to Rob. I said, listen, it ain't a bad idea for you to go and just get a couple songs and something done on the, the girls, and that way we can say that's what the silence was about. Nobody, the songs. He was in the studio in the lab.
But why do he need to do that when these girls are emancipated? In 2018, they're not held captive. They're not underage. He made a decision not to go home. So why abuse the parents because they harassing Rob?
I get that, but I was trying to be the person that was understanding of both sides.
Bullshit.
The whole
bullshit.
Is starting over them trying to get some music done. The whole N-word to Rob was them trying to get Rob to produce their babies, whether they had to have it, they had to
bullshit.
So it was like I'm hearing what they saying, and I'm understanding he ain't buying none of that bullshit. They don't want to sing. I'm hearing this from the girls and all that shit. So it was like, fuck, Right, why don't you just make a couple songs before they ever come out? Just make
Why?
songs,
It's extortion.
have them. I mean, and that'll silence the parents, let the mother and father. They feel like they can take them and make
That'll
them,
silence the parents. Extortion, and Don was helping.
That's just not the route that they want to take.
Who gives a fuck?
Don was helping extort them.
That they
R.Kelly.
songs on these daughters. At 2018, they
He
already
is
been with him 2 years,
he definitely extorting.
Right. Yeah.
And you right, Level Up. He's not
If
stupid.
if they are content with their relationship with him, and it ain't even about business, and the parents is harassing you, him, put out music with my daughters. That's a financial thing that the daughters ain't even worried about.
Right. Exactly.
That's harassment, and I can understand being a man and say, yo, man, just do whatever the fuck it is to get these motherfuckers out your head because they're harassing you.
That's
but
extortion.
Technically,
that's extortion.
Legally,
and that's why Kel should come home.
No music with them.
You're absolutely right, but one thing, and that's what I remind you, I just came in, and that was the smallest thing that we had to deal with.
Listen,
Rob, shut these motherfuckers up. Either send the girls,
listen,
or get them motherfuckers some music. Do whatever. Let's just get the show over because we got.
You heard what he said? Let's get the shit over with because we got business to take care of. What business do you got to take care of? You just come back out of nowhere. Why is it about business when it's not about business at this moment? It's about get these parents what they want so we can get back to business. What business? Did y'all hear that?
That was the smallest thing that we had to deal with. Like, Rob, shut these motherfuckers up. Either send the girls home or get them motherfuckers some music. Do whatever. Let's just get the show over because we got.
We got other business to deal with.
What's that?
Extortion.
What's that?
He said, "What's that?"
Them forcing him to work with.
He said, "What's extortion?"
Extortion.
What's that?
Them forcing him to work with their daughters.
No, it wasn't a force. It wasn't a force. It's a negotiation. It was a negotiation.
Why?
How's it negotiation? What are you negotiating?
On my daughter who's an adult.
You don't.
Right? To do music, and I'm not even my daughter's manager.
He sure did.
My daughter's not even signed to my record label.
He sure did.
I don't have a record label on my daughter. I'm not my daughter's management. My daughter is underage. She's 18. She's emancipated. So if you keep coming to me saying, yo, do something on your daughter live with me, nigga.
That nigga said, what's extortion?
So why you keep harassing me coming to my
This right here is so incriminating. I'm going to keep this video, but I'm going to hide this video in case he try to delete his shit. I need this audio. Canic need to hear this shit. That's extortion. They was extorting him.
The problem with that was the girls were still communicating with their parents.
Okay.
See, it wasn't like they had cut them off. That's how all them calls got recorded and all that shit. So it was too much nigga shit going on that I wasn't privy to at first because I'm just getting on board. I didn't understand none of that shit. Like the girl thing was left field. All I heard was he was broke. He didn't know none of his masters.
Thank you.
I didn't know nothing about what the fuck this Clary and Savage thing was until I got inside. And I'm, with Rob, and we had
my point exactly, Cynthia.
That's his guess, and then he's telling me I'm hearing a little shit about what's going on with that, and then I heard about the Lifetime thing. So it wasn't like that was like I came in and dived right into that. That was another thing that was set on the plate outside of the fact we had to get them off the label because there was money owed. There was no gas.
He keeps saying we.
He had the fucking landlords that was behind. He had the reality show that Tracy, Babyface's ex-wife, trying to do on him. Everybody was pulling them things. So initially, things would come into the office. He would give us a stack of shit. I take it to my office, and we would work on those things. So the whole girl thing was just like, I don't even want to deal with that shit. Rob, give him the fucking album, do whatever the fuck. He said, I ain't doing that shit because the bitch, she can't sing, and she don't even want to sing, and that's what Asriel said too. I'm like, okay, well then I don't know what the fuck to do with that. If you're not gonna send their asses home, that's between you and them. I pivoted back over to my lane.
That's my point, Don. This is why you got yourself in some shit because you shouldn't have said shit.
Basically.
And I know you probably a man with a big heart.
Nah.
But like he said, I'm not putting my R. Kelly name on a motherfucker that can't sing.
Facts.
Like, she don't want to sing. She want to be my girl. You get what I'm saying? So when you look at it in that aspect, they harassing you because you just came into the fold. You don't know.
No, it wasn't even really that. It was James Mason and all those guys who was giving them my information, because when I came in,
it was James Mason and them giving up my information, because Don is connected to James. James connected to the accountant who was extorting R.Kelly in R.Kelly's face by being the accountant. He was taking $80,000 a year, which he only worked for 1 year. And then you got Cheryl Mack getting $10,000 a month to be his executive assistant. What? $10,000 a month? I will want that damn position. She left what is his name? Daniels, something Daniels. I can't think off the top of my head, but she left working with him. She came in the same year working for Daniels that lived in Atlanta, who let R.Kelly stay with him temporarily until R.Kelly got an apartment house that he was renting rather than owning, but everybody else owning shit. They building backyard basketball courts and making R.Kelly comfortable, but stealing a nigga money all at the same fucking time. Dirty.
Rob forced them to, so it wasn't.
Rob forced them to.
I wasn't coming in.
You hear the words he's saying? If he's saying this live, he's saying this to the authorities. Rob forced them. Listen.
When you look at it in that aspect,
listen,
they harassing you because you just came into the fold. You don't know.
No, it wasn't even really that. It was James Mason and all those guys who was giving them my information, because when I came in, James took the vaccine. Rob forced them to. So
Rob forced them.
I was targeted. I wasn't coming in just getting on the phone. Why would I even reach out to him unless Rob told me to talk to him? I didn't call them motherfuckers. It wasn't me calling his girlfriend's fathers and trying to, hey, how y'all doing? Y'all want to make some shit up? I was told to handle it.
He was told.
A situation nothing outside of that. I wasn't, so that was.
This is what he's telling the authorities. That's what they convicted R.Kelly for, because he said R.Kelly told him.
Angelo was at the studio serving the goddamn cars, and all of the keys came up missing. That's how the thing got kicked off. He was at the studio.
And I want to play that part for y'all who don't know about the car stolen shit. Let me play that for you. I got that. Here we go, right here.
Erica, we've got brand new video from that Atlanta TV crew showing the moments before someone stole the keys out of their car. The reporter tells me he believes the offender is connected to the studio and that it was in retaliation for covering the story.
See?
A large black umbrella emerged from the doorway of R&B singer R.Kelly's studio in the video from Atlanta's CBS 46. The person behind it charges towards the investigative reporter Jonathan Carlson and his photographer, shielding whoever was behind it from the camera as they enter a black Jeep.
Oh, wait, I see the face.
It was Kelly.
Can we talk to you for a minute? Everyone inside that building.
Umbrella emerged from the doorway of R&B singer R.Kelly's studio in the video from Atlanta's CBS 46. The person behind it charges towards the investigative reporter Jonathan Carlson and his photographer, shielding whoever was behind it from the camera as they enter a black Jeep.
Ooh,
Carlson tells me he believes it was Kelly.
Can we talk to you for a minute? Everyone inside that building was aware that we were there, who we were, and what we were doing.
He says the video was taken sometime after 11 p.m. last night.
Who are you, sir? Why are you here past curfew?
More than 2 hours after the curfew set by a judge late last week. The time limit was set after the city claimed it was being used illegally as a living space. We reached out to the building department
They set
about
him
this
up
latest
all around the
alleged
board.
violation. We're We're still waiting on a response. Carlson says they also have video of the offender stealing the key fob from the TV crew's unlocked vehicle. Carlson says it occurred during this exchange with the people leaving the studio and says the suspect was somehow connected to this building, having been seen dropping off and picking up people here throughout the night.
The driver of that vehicle jumped in our news vehicle and it appears took our key fob and sped off, likely in retaliation for our tough coverage of Mr. Kelly and us being there, which I don't think they were very happy about.
No one was injured, but a police report was filed with Chicago police, who did not have any update as of this evening. We reached out to Kelly's lawyer, who told us he had not been in contact with his client because he sleeps through most of the day. He did tweet this comment about the incident early this morning, questioning the story and why the theft was being...
So it says, so someone gets their key fob, which should have been in their pocket, stolen, and they blame R. Kelly. Next thing you know, they're going to blame him for the coming government shutdown. That's what Steve Greenberg tweeted.
Blamed on Kelly, saying in part, quote, so someone gets their key fob, which should have been in their pocket, stolen, and they blame #R.Kelly. Carlson says they have it all on tape, which is now in the hands of investigators.
And we're not going to be deterred by somebody stealing a key fob. We're going to continue to show what's going on there and get to the bottom of it.
Now, Kelly used to live in Atlanta. There are allegations
That's what he said.
Women against their will at his home when he used to live there. His next hearing in building court is set for May 2nd. Live in the West Loop, Megan Hickey, CBS 2 News. Robin Erica, back to you.
Damn shame. See, let him keep talking, because whatever he's saying, I know what I know, and I can go pull up the receipts.
At the studio, I didn't know who the fuck he was. I just saw him and with some guys sitting behind Rob's car and a Ford Explorer with Pennsylvania license plates on it. And it was two white boys. And I'm like, who the fuck is that? I mean, we was headed over to the studio that night. I don't know what was happening, but we was headed there. And then there was a dude circling the car, and it was a black. And I looked at him, I'm like, that motherfucker looked familiar. I knew him from some pictures and shit, but I didn't know who he was.
They was so pointing the finger at each other.
When somebody got up in the studio that night, because Rob was doing a little event or something there, stole all of the keys to his trucks. And it would happen to be Angelo Clary and them that orchestrated that shit. So that's how we got initially into talking to each other. It wasn't that, I actually talked to them. Anything. It was like, okay, Rob, this dude was just outside, and I think it was Azriel's father, and there's some motherfuckers out there in a white truck.
This is what I don't understand. He said he think it's Azriel's father, but you was communicating with them. You were trying to negotiate extortion with them. He is behind a lot of this shit, and he's using the fact that he just came around and he was oblivious. He didn't know everything that was going down. I don't believe that. Bullshit.
That had the, you could peel it off, the top off of it. So we was like, pull that motherfucker up, put it in front of the camera just in case they try to put some shit in it, or whatever be the case. So the whole thing with the Clarys and the Savages, we kind of thrown in there at one moment. It wasn't out front. The only thing that was out front first was he didn't have his music. He didn't own none of his shit. That was the only thing that was up front. The whole the girls, because I had seen them on multiple occasions. I didn't know who the fuck they were. They his girls. We go play ball. They with him. We go do this. They with him. Whatever. Who gives a shit? That's his girl. I ain't here for that. But when that shit happened with the keys being stolen, that's what forced me to have to deal with the Clarys on that shit. Because I told Rob I just saw the father outside and all of the keys are not missing all of his cars and shit.
That's how he started pointing the fingers at each other.
I ain't trying to throw them under the bus, but nigga, that shit is extortion.
It's definitely.
You can't fucking sit here and make me work with your daughter and put out music. And even if I record music with her, what you gonna do with it?
Yeah,
you gonna take it and go shop it around to a label?
Exactly, level up.
Like, what are you gonna do with it? You want money? That's extortion, dog.
However they look at that shit, anybody looks at that. Whatever. That is what it is, because that wasn't a focus of anything of mine. But him getting the daughters back, I got thrusted into shit because of that incident that happened. And I end up talking to Clary and talking to Savage. Savage was always an idiot whenever I talked to him. It was solely about money from the beginning to end. And I was relaying that back to Rob. Rob, they said they want to do this. They say they'll do the thing on Christmas.
Let me pause it. I was relaying all that back to Rob. You hear it? He's saying this shit publicly. because he said this shit privately to the feds.
Talking to Savage was always an idiot whenever I talked to him. He was solely about money from beginning to end. And I was relaying that back to Rob. I mean, like Rob, they said they wanted to do this. They say they'll do the thing on Christmas, whatever. So that was essentially what was going on.
That's why he's indicted.
You was telling him, talking to him about the holiday shit, like, and he was like, man, fuck my daughter. This, like,
yeah, that was me.
That's who you was talking to, right?
Yeah, that was me.
Look, yeah, that was me.
He
can't deny it.
Conversation, he said he was done with his daughter.
He said, yeah, I'm going to go and make my millions, shit like that. And that, right, I talked to him since that day.
But did you see him recently on TMZ?
No.
Absolutely.
He was on TMZ saying that they still got to deal with R.Kelly's handlers to speak to their daughter. And they
he said he didn't see this shit. He a liar.
Grandmother just passed away. And they telling her, Joycelyn, you need to get in touch with us. Your grandmother died, this, that, and the other. And they're trying to say R.Kelly is stopping her from talking to them, and somebody in the family died.
They said a lot of stupid spaced out shit. I'm not. That doesn't surprise me that they're saying dumb shit like that. They've always wanted to be the victim and benefit at the expense of somebody else. So that doesn't surprise me. If I'm not mistaken, the grandmother was dying when I was in there. I mean, so this is a line he's been running for a while.
This is the grandfather then.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I knew one of them. Well, my condolences, because I don't wish that for nobody, and that's something to be thinking
my
about.
Condolences.
But,
wow.
They've always used whatever they could. I mean, you know, my whole point to him was, dog, come up off this. I mean, remember what I was saying on that. Cut the bullshit. Just call your daughter and be cool with it. Stop trying to be on all that money shit. That's all I was saying to that man on that phone. Like, chill the fuck out. You coming up trying to get albums and all this shit out the deal, or, you know, bullying the dude for money. Just be on some real shit with your daughter. You know, you can fix that shit in your family. That's all I kept telling him. I mean, so, you know, if you play that tape 1 million times, and he was like, well, we got this thing with Lifetime. I'm like, well, shit, TMZ will give you some money just for your story. Just calm the fuck down. I'm saying, if you
trying to help them get money.
TMZ and say, I'm obviously going to drop out. This whole thing was a hoax. They'll pay you for that story. Period.
Yeah.
So
listen,
attempting to
they'll pay you for that
back.
story.
But his foot was too far down on the gas. And Tim don't fall back off shit when his foot is on the gas. So that's that.
Did you hear him on the phone with Cash Jones, where he told her, and they talking about how they let the people from Lifetime know that shit was false, and they still put it out.
I'm the one leaked the tape, because I mean the bottom line was Tamara knew it was fake.
Come on, baby.
And that everybody was lying. And Tim said it himself. You know, he said that shit. He said a lot of shit on those tapes. You know, but they spent $4, $5, $6 million, so they can't pull back now. They can't pull back. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah. So what is the purpose of doing the 3? Because in January they're supposed to have another part coming out.
Man, you know, dumb people, they're wicked people, dog. It's like asking, you know, a greedy motherfucker why he want more. And it's just like, that's a bad question to ask. You got $1 million answers to that.
I guess all they're going to talk about is him being convicted and how these people feel. Because it really ain't no more that they could do to him. They got him indicted off this bullshit ass false story. They need to question these women about why they lied. That's what Surviving 3 should be about. Why you came up in this motherfucker and lied?
Lifetime is invested in Rob being where he is, because at the end of the day, if he gets out and files a lawsuit,
if he gets out,
infringing on his trademarks, then that's a hell of a suit, because McDonald's can't use Burger King's advertisements and logos for shit in a McDonald's commercial or the profit or in commerce at all. I mean, so bottom line is, you know, they feel like they have him in a position where he's not going to be, he'll be awarded to the state. So filing a lawsuit will probably be something that seems unlikely. So that's why they keep pushing the agenda, because there are other trials coming up. So they can keep pushing this agenda to maybe some person who doesn't know R. Kelly, but they watch Lifetime, and that may be on his jury someday. You know what I'm saying? That's just the whole thing. They don't keep pushing that agenda. So, I mean, and the scheme of, there's 2 sides to this thing. There's the prosecution, there's the wrongdoers, and then there's the other side. It's the defense and there's Rob. So Lifetime has an agenda to bury him because he could bury them. So they're still in the game.
Now, as far as his legal team, can you break down to the people? Because you got people out here that say some of the players on the legal team set him up. Some people feel like some was really trying to help him. Where do you stand on that?
So let's go back to the beginning. When he first got in, this shit started happening. He hires Greenberg. It was another lady that he was supposed to use, but she was I forgot her name. Anyway, Greenberg is now the guy. He walks me in there one day. Don Greenberg is my choice for lawyer to work with. And Greenberg, Don has a lot of insight on what's going to work with him. Rob left out the studio. It was me, Greenberg, and the white lady that was at the McDonald's with him that day, the blonde hair. We was in the room, but he gets to talk about some fucking orgy and shit. And right then we fell apart. It was over with. You know what I mean? It was like, dude, fuck you. You full of shit. Don't come at me like that. Let's talk about this case. We got off to the wrong foot, and we fell apart totally when he wanted to bond Rob out, but he wanted $100,000 cash. And I was like, nah, I'm going to give you the surety bond, and you're going to get him out with the surety bond. He's like, well, I can't use that. So I took him and sent him a slip from the Cook County showing that he could be bonded out with surety bond. But the fact of the matter is he couldn't cash in the surety bond. He had to go back to the owner. So that's the issue that he had with taking the surety bond. And he knew at that point he wouldn't be able to pull no shit. You know what I mean? So it's hard to me. So many times I called Greenberg. Like Greenberg, I got shit that you need to see. Never took my calls. Never returned the call. And at that point it was like, fuck Greenberg. He's not listening to anything I got to say. So that's when I started looking for other counsel. Camille Cosby had reached out to me via Facebook. This is when after Bill got convicted, and she sent me the information on an Andrew Wyatt, and
that's Bill Cosby's
Andrew Wyatt,
PR,
Bill's press secretary, crisis manager. And Andrew had a lot of conversations. He like, this is a case for Tom Mesereau. So I said, okay, fine. So he called Tom, introduced me to him. I met him in California at Roscoe's Chicken Waffle that my family owns. And I was over loss prevention for him.
He was over loss prevention. He trying to say that hella fast.
We met there. We talked it up.
He was over loss prevention for the family's business. Basically, he was security.
Took him over to the MCC, dropped him back off at his hotel. He went home. When I talked to him, he said, Rob said, can't afford $8 million. So I said, well, why did you tell me you didn't have to worry about that? Because Bill said he would chip in, And he was like, I did something. I'm like, oh, okay. He didn't say Bill said he chipped. He said I told him what if money wasn't an option. And he said, well, I looked at him with a stupid face. I'm like, okay. I said, all right, well, cool. So I think he may have talked to Andrew once more, and then that fell apart because everybody was diving in the shit. And one of Andrew's conditions was you got to get rid of everybody. And that's what, he said, as well as Andrew White, you got to clean the floors, the windows, and the ceilings. Everybody got to be going. And then clean 3 more times and bleach after that. Because we're not coming in managing no bullshit. All the drama, we ain't getting in that. We want a clean slate so we can get in and put this case together. So that never happened, of course. Just look at the shit that's still going on today. So after that, Rob went to court, and he was going to court with Greenberg. And one of the things that we had noticed was they had filed for a forfeiture of his assets.
Listen.
Saw the forfeiture of his assets. It was like, oh shit, they going after his fucking masters. Because the masters are in the fucking.
And that's how he took his masters.
Although they were tapes, they couldn't take them because they didn't have permission from the court to take them. So, and he hadn't been proven guilty, so they couldn't forfeit the assets. But what they could have done was put them in another holding facility. So we was like, listen, that's the only thing we got that we have to negotiate with. So me, Keith, Santee, and my mom set up my living room table. We worked out a plan. Got to get the masters. We got to move them. And it's best to move them to California.
You hear it? Listen to what he's saying. Me, Keith, Santi, his mama. Did he say R. Kelly? Let me go back. Mind you, R. Kelly's in jail when he's negotiating. I'm gonna go back a little bit.
For forfeiture of his assets. When we saw the forfeiture of his assets, it was like, oh shit, they going after his fucking masters. Because the masters are in the fucking, that they went through the whole warehouse, but they couldn't take the masters at the time. Although they were tapes, they couldn't take them because they didn't have permission from the court to take them. So, and he hadn't been proven guilty, so they couldn't forfeit the assets. But what they could have done was put them in another holding facility. So we was like, listen, that's the only thing we got that we have to negotiate with. So me, Keith, Santee, and my mom set up my living room table.
No R. Kelly.
Got to get the masters. We got to move them.
And they used Keith because Keith is the POA, power of attorney.
Because one, I'm there, so I keep an eye on them. And two, any deal we cut gonna be out in LA. So we knew we needed money to either pay Mazaron or pay another lawyer. So once I got to LA, we started working out deals with different people to negotiate buying these masters. We went to one company, then we went to Kerry Gordy, and he started working through us next to help us out too. We found a lawyer, Mike Friedman, from Friedman and Associates, or Friedman Partners, whatever. He had represented Kevin Spacey, and he had represented the Archdiocese, and he had represented Snoop Dogg. So when they had issues, he was
nobody ain't gonna touch that shit.
That would take it to trial because he used to be a federal prosecutor. He said, "You're basically paying me to end the case. If I get it, I'm gonna go in there and do a mediation or arbitration, whatever the hell he's saying, and end the shit. It's not gonna ever make it to trial. I don't take cases to trial." So his price tag was $3 million, but he said maybe take another $2 million and investigate stuff. So be ready to spend $5 million. So that's when we knew that rock hard finite number that we had to secure was $5 million. That was it. We had to secure $5 at minimum. I don't give a fuck nothing else. Get covered. $5 million had to get covered. So we had Mike Friedman. He started communicating with Rob. He sent his retainer agreement in. Rob signed the retainer agreement. You know what I'm saying? It was simple as that. We all met out in LA.
Wow.
Me, Keith, my uncle who owns Roscoe's. It was a network guy there. And Mike Friedman, we sat down, we came up with a game plan.
Where's Rob?
As simple as it should have been. We should have worked that game plan, and we probably would have a different fucking result.
Where's Rob?
So we got Mike Friedman there. Rob signs it. Him and Greenberg are cool because they're good old boys. So Greenberg talking to Mike every day and talking to Nicole, and Mike, they all in on Mike, and he's kind of designing everything. But then the money never came up. So we got Mike in there who stayed in there. Huh?
Yeah, so is Greenberg partners with Jennifer Monge?
No. Is he with her?
Are they partners?
No. Hell no. Yeah, no. Gene and Greenberg got nothing to do with that. That's Bill all the way up. I mean, you know, I'm not going to speculate. I don't know that Bill did anything to influence it, but it only makes sense. You know, he made a nice statement saying he's going to win the appeal, and you don't say something like that unless you know, kind of know something. You know what I mean? So, but no, they're not. You know, the fact is that Greenberg is still representing Rob in the Illinois case. So, to some extent, they probably are communicating. I don't know how deeply they communicate, but they are. So, going down the lawyers, then you have Raid Shalabi. That's the one who came in the meantime, trying to convince Rob to take the case. It was a local guy that one of Rob's associates put Rob in contact with. They didn't know shit. And they were just stirring shit up. They was, I don't remember, with Persians or something. They just had this fucked up. They was just all over the fucking place, trying to throw concerts and all this shit, these lawyers. So then the same associate brought in Doug and Nicole. Now, when I'm not saying that my job is to look into any fucking attorneys, but I did start peeking in on these guys and seeing what their background was and shit. Because at this point, I didn't have as much information that I ended up with. So my thought was, they're going to need this intel. I gave it to Ray. He started using it like it was shit that he was coming up with. I didn't give a fuck. As long as it got used in the case, I didn't care who came up with the shit. I mean, so, and at that time, it was just the Chicago thing, the local Chicago case that he was dealing with. So my analysis or my comparison to that would have been, when this thing escalated to a federal case, it's like you hire a lawyer for a traffic ticket. And then you get in front of the judge and the motherfucker say, well, wait a minute, he left the scene of a crime, he ran over 3 motherfuckers or whatever. this lawyer that I hired to handle the traffic case shouldn't have been fucking with them other, because now it's going to escalate to some real serious shit. Greenberg should have stepped out at that point and said, Rob, I can't fuck with this. I help you on the state level, the local case, but all that big shit, I ain't equipped for that. But because he wanted the popularity and all that shit, he stayed on. And then he started working with the cold blood, knowing that none of their asses got along. And we can tell that, I hate to say I told you so, but look at how it ended. They all imploded. Doug's stealing fucking money. Nicole is fucking running around and ain't got fucking clue, leaking information. You know, she's way ahead. You know, she's like elementary, and now you're up in the Ivy League college. You shouldn't even be trying a case. You're alone in fucking New York, and you're from Detroit. I mean, so she was out of her league, and she was the only one that lasted. Remember, she tried to get out of the case too right before it started, which would have left Rob with nothing. Kenneth was only involved because of his license. They needed somebody with a license to practice in New York, so they used Kenneth. He was not supposed to argue the case. So without him having any proper planning, he did a fucking good job, because he called all them heifers and lies. But he got the case a month before it started, had no time to prepare, and actually he didn't even start arguing the case. Nicole did. And because she got on the stand and started fucking up, Rob said, sit your ass down and let Buddy handle it from there. That's exactly what happened. We saw that happen because she didn't argue no after that first day. Cannon took the stand from that point on and argued. The first day they walked out of there together, the rest of them days, Cannon left with his guys and Nicole and them left with her boys. So we started the separation in the picture, but that's the whole legal thing. You know what I mean? Jean coming in, I think is great. She's experienced in the courtroom. She's exactly the kind of lawyer he should have had in the very fucking beginning. Real simple. So the job that we took on, that we weren't tasked with, which was me, Keith, Santi, and a few people that we brought in, lawyers, was to free up Rob's intellectual property.
Free it up.
Free up the now we're getting down the road. We're trying to negotiate for the fucking music and the masters, and we finding out shit he don't own none. We really don't own none of his writer's share, which all we thought he had. We knew the publishing and all the other shit was going. We thought at least he had enough writer's share. So we finding out now he owns 7% of that shit, and that shit got liens on it. Right. Out of the 50%, and that's when we started going through the portals and shit. Instead, I'm going through all the portals and I'm seeing it's 90-something contracts, and which is an extreme amount of fucking contracts for one artist. But a lot of them was in the folder of promissory notes. And I'm going in this promissory note folder looking at 7 million, 4 million, 8 million, 2 million. I'm like, what the fuck is this about?
Facts.
So I sent the only person I had at this point was Keith, because Rob was locked up. Keith, is this Rob's signature? I know it's not his signature, but I wanted somebody else to say it wasn't his signature. None of the signatures on shit. All these promissory notes that's totaled over $100 million.
Thank you.
And withdrawals that they used to leverage
this dirty game.
This writer share against, they collateralized this writer share, and then they securitized the contract by the security agreement by signing the signature on it. They got money. So I'm looking at this shit like, what the fuck is this? So I knew of some of the fees, and like, let's wind it back up. I was looking at the contracts and stuff from the shows where somebody would white out or Photoshop the contract and say, type in all in on there. Or no, it was all in, but then they would type in 2 weeks beforehand, he's supposed to get his money, and it's supposed to be $60,000 when actually, when I finally got it throughout to the promoter, it was $90,000. It was supposed to be 2 hours before the show.
That's fucked up.
So
it was all about money. You hear money, intellectual property,
so
money.
realize,
sell this, sell that, negotiate this. It was all about negotiating around R.Kelly while R.Kelly is in jail. Let's try to get all we can get and sell all his shit. That's what I'm hearing.
I've never been at that height, never had that kind of money, so I don't know what would make a man not keep his eye on the dime of it.
Exactly.
That just seemed kind of, you know, I don't know the reason behind that. You know what I mean? Whether somebody do some shit, whatever. There's so many rumors swirling about that shit. I have no fucking clue. But I know when I started reading them shits, and I started calling promoters, and I'm like, yo, here, you know, promoters were suing him, and I'm like, well, shit, he supposed to got his deposit 2 weeks before the show. He never got it. They're like, 2 weeks? Fuck no, that's 2 hours. I said, the contract I'm looking at says 2 weeks. Prove me otherwise. And they would send me the contract that they had. And it said 2 hours.
Wow.
I mean, so all that shit was taking place like all over the motherfucking place. So you got niggas stealing from the concerts. You got this whole situation now that then Brood opened up the fucking right shares. and the publishing
Yeah, because
and all this shit.
so many
and then
people was
I'm
in on this shit.
over here trying to get it authenticated. And then, of course, the situation that they created this toxic fucking environment from the very beginning with Rob and the label. So the label don't want to have no communication with Rob, although they're handling his business because Tracy Sampson shit. When he went over to the label, goofy ass fucked on Tracy, which was stupid. That's my nigga, but he got his name Rob. We know that. He fucked us, so now the label don't want to talk to him no more. They're not giving him information, which is what Wayne Williams used to do. Wayne used to tell the information directly to Rob. Rob, you know they're stealing from you. And Rob can do the right thing with that information and then turn into problems. So when you look at the situation,
he talking like this. That's telling on himself. Ain't nobody talking like this that ain't working with the feds.
When you went through all
you wouldn't even be saying shit. He's telling us everything he already done told the feds.
Yeah, we found out a lot of people that was.
But he's telling more now than he's ever told before.
Hankerson, Dale McDavid,
listen,
Cheryl Mack, Artie Pabone.
He name dropped
Linda Mintz. What's the other? Joan Sullivan.
He name dropped
all the names that were stealing money from Robin for various ventures and shit like that. There's more of them. So Rock and Potato names were walking around, living, walking, breathing today. They all got money. If I'm lying, you know what I'm saying? They can put charges on me right the fuck now. But that paperwork don't lie. And that shit's in the Sony portal right the fuck now. So come at me if you want with lawsuits. I have proof to show that y'all did this shit.
I have proof.
You know, and that's me putting myself out there saying these powerful Barry got bread. So the fuck is Artie Pabone. All the motherfuckers do. But they were stealing that man's money. And I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Wrong is wrong. Period.
Now, speaking of charges,
he's telling because he ain't get shit out of it.
Right.
He got all this property and can't sell it, can't do shit. He's stuck with it and it can't move it because nobody wants to touch it. And I'm sure everybody's aware by now that shit is hot. Can't touch that shit. It's stolen.
8 years today, right? Damn. Right. And let me put this on the screen, and I'm gonna show you how effed up this is because I spoke to the girl Cass Jones, right?
Yeah, I have proof.
She told me that you didn't have nothing to do with dude burning the car up. That was all because of Angelo. She got in the beef with Angelo or something, and dude took it upon himself to do that. She didn't even tell him to do that, but he was just trying to defend her and shit, right? So me knowing that coming from her, and this is her cousin, I believe, allegedly, that did this, right? Look how they
put it all off on R.Kelly. Somebody stole the keys from the news van. R.Kelly's people did it. Somebody blow up the car. R.Kelly people did it. They throw everything off on R.Kelly.
Justin, a Georgia man once connected to R. Kelly's entourage has been sentenced to 8 years in federal prison for torching a vehicle.
She did. She was mad at Angelo. They was going at it. She had her cousin do that shit to Angelo. They blamed R. Kelly.
In an attempt to silence her. Story coming. What the fuck? That's crazy.
They blamed R. Kelly.
That is.
Yo, guys,
and he acting like he don't know. That is. That is. He go do a bomb threat or a gun threat to shut down the surviving R. Kelly. R. Kelly get blamed for it.
That's fucked. You see what I'm saying?
He's stalking witnesses charges.
If you read my indictment, and I read it probably for the first time about a couple of weeks back. Fired my attorney because he never once asked me who I was, and then I do it. And he just basically told me I'm gonna do a year in jail. Now I've got a lot of business, and all I think that I do.
He gonna do a year in jail.
A lot of things happen because of me, and I'm in a position where I'm growing things in my business. Got shareholders, got kids, got family, and you gonna tell me I'm doing a year for what? I didn't do nothing. But then I read the damn indictment. I was like, what the fuck they talking to us out of this indictment? And we got all this stuff talking about, you know, first of all, the whole thing was talking about Rod. My indictment is 6 pages. I think 4.5 pages of it was talking about R. Kelly and all the shit that they say he did. and this, that, and other. Then they go to talking about his enterprise, and they talk about employee number 1, employee number 2, employee number 3. I'm like, okay, so what the fuck does any of this have to do with me? Because all this shit happened 3 years before I even came around. And like, what the fuck does this have to do with me? Then at the end of it, they swag me into the letter that I sent out there to Lydia, which was the lawyer of one of the accusers. I sent the letter out there to them.
He sent the letter.
That's essentially the stalking charge that I got.
The stalking.
Because she sent the lawyer sent who's now doing time. She does 17 months time for being a crooked ass lawyer. She sent an extortion letter to get money up out of Rob, who was my client at the time. And
who was my client at the time? There it goes. There you have it. I'm going to run that back. Let me run that back. He said a lot right there. R.Kelly was his client at the time. Listen, so you was playing manager.
Then at the end of it, they swag me into the letter that I sent out there to Lydia, which was the lawyer of one of the accusers. I sent the letter out there.
He sent the letter
to them.
To the lawyer. She's doing time. That's true.
That's essentially the charge that I got. Because she sent the lawyer sent who's now doing time. She does 17 months time.
She's doing time.
For being a crooked ass lawyer.
She tried
she sent an extortion letter. To get money up out of Rob, who was my client at the time.
Who tried to get money out of Rob, who was my client at the time.
You know, and the person she represented wanted out of it anyway. They wanted out of it. So we sent the letter back explaining this is why you should drop the case. That's
Thank you.
Pranced around with. I didn't write it, the lawyer wrote it. And Rob signed it. Meaning it was okay, what was in it. Sent it out there. That's essentially the stalking charge. So I'm reading this indictment
sure
like,
just
what the
did.
fuck? You got 5 pages of shit that ain't got nothing to do with it. It's a paragraph. So they're trying to paint this picture that I was the one that led all these employees, they get all this shit from 2012 to 2010 to 20, whatever it was. I didn't come in until 2018. So why am I even being mentioned in the same sentence?
Don't matter.
With all that shit. When
don't
I was
matter.
moving around when all that shit happened.
He said Rob was his client at the time.
That's an example of it right there. And what I was told was that, listen.
Why they doing that to you? Because you got in front of the camera and said, "Oh, I'm his advisor. I'm his consultant." And you know how to, when it go with a Fed case, say if niggas was selling drugs, say R.Kelly niggas was selling drugs, and then at the tail end of it, you come down and they catch you on the phone or wiretap. So yeah, I'll fuck with them niggas. I'll roll with them niggas.
He was running around here saying he was R.Kelly's manager.
It's that simple. So it's 2 parts to that. Let me explain them both because this has come up a lot.
Exactly.
So 1, I had already been thrown in the mix long before that by the Clarions and the Savages, as Tasha K stated that in the interview that she did. The reason she went after me so bad because she had got all this reports from this manipulated information that the Savages and the Clarions gave her, saying that I was this big gangster and all this shit. So that's the same thing they went to the Homeland Security with. It had nothing to do with me doing that interview. Now, let's explain the interview. So for all those who don't understand why I did the interview, that was the day he got released. I was behind his car, and let's explain the famous eating moment. He went to the truck with Rob. When Rob got out, I was the car right behind him. And right in front of that was the Sprinter. I was in the blue right behind him. That was on this hill the whole time we did the O.J. Simpson moment.
He telling the story.
Paparazzi following us. So I'm on the phone with Bug the whole time, which is Rob's uncle. And
he telling on the uncle.
Edie went up to the car. We didn't get back in my car because Rob, the Buzz would have let that motherfucker ride with you. That's as simple as that was.
Wow.
So I followed him over to, I think we went to McDonald's. We went to Lakeview and shook the paparazzi. Then we went to McDonald's. He ate. Then we went over to the cigar bar. We get to the cigar bar. It's nothing but paparazzi out there. And I had a guy that I had told me to meet me over there. I said, "Nigga, get this camera. And I want you to stand out here with these motherfuckers all night and hear everything that they saying so we can know what the fuck they up to." So I had a guy planted in there, listening, giving me a play-by-play on the cell phone, telling me what the fuck they was up to. So one of the things they kept talking about was there was some young women up in there. So let's fast forward inside the place. We in Biggs. We on top floor. People celebrating. He got out, all this little shit. I said, okay. I say, shit. There was two young women over there, and that drink was McAllen. That's what it was. They had a bottle of McAllen. I'm looking, I'm like, man, I've never seen any young black women up in Biggs. Never seen that. So I'm looking like, what the fuck they doing in here? It was weird. So he just telling me they trying to catch pictures of him, you know, with some young girls. In my mind, I'm like, they're trying to set him up. That's what I thought. So I left, went outside, and I started laughing. I said, hey, y'all, joke's on y'all. We snuck him out the back door. He gone. And they're like, come on, nah, this bullshit. We know he's in there. I said, he's gone. I'm leaving. Y'all can watch me get in my car and leave. And that's when the question came out. Are you his manager? Just give us something, say something to us. And I went on to say what I had to say. And what I specifically was trying to iterate to them was, one, there's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, there was tapes filed. But if y'all specifically remember, if you recall, what I said was, well, back in those days, he was advised to take all of his sexual encounters because that's when Mike Tyson had just got his cases and all that other shit. And people remember that if he could only prove what was in the room, he would have been okay. So that's exactly what I said in that interview. I'm like, you know, recording his sex sessions was to prove what happened in the room. And the next question that they asked, they didn't edit this right. They cut that shit off, and I was like, well, shit, it was a lot of, he has a lot of fucking sex. And essentially, more than me and you probably would. So that's why I was like, well, he probably does.
He's telling that R. Kelly was doing the things that he's alleged to be doing.
Probably would have a lot of sex. He just has a lot more than that person.
That's crazy.
That was the intention right there. But I wasn't walking out there expecting the interview. I gave them something so they would be satisfied enough.
I gave them something.
And leave. That was it.
Be satisfied. You ain't got to give them motherfuckers nothing.
Kind of shit. So that's exactly. But it was one of those things when you caught up in there, you got 1,000 fucking cameras surrounding you.
Bullshit.
Either they're gonna stand there and wait all night, or they're gonna see this nigga who the only motherfucker Rob rocking with. When he leave, obviously Rob got to be gone because he leave. And that's what happened. When I left, they all took off.
Fucking liar.
That's what happened. Nothing else got reported outside of Biggs that night when he left.
Exactly.
Why do you feel he have a sex problem?
That's what they built them for. First of all, let's address the obvious. You know, I'm sick of all these motherfuckers saying I ain't his friend, I ain't looking out for him.
You're not.
Obvious. And I did this shit to Rob. I went to Rob and said, bro, you need to, we had found this motherfucking hypnosis lady who did hypnotism. She was the best in the country. And, you know, when I found, I didn't know before I got into this shit that he had been molested as a kid.
He a liar.
I didn't know that shit until I read his book.
When did you read the book? When did you read the book?
That it was his sister. Like,
when did he read the book?
Shit.
That would have been my next question.
I'm thinking when I'm going through all these promissory notes and all this shit's colliding on me, everybody else knew this shit too. So they kept forcing this sex on this nigga, putting him in front. It's like a nigga that do crack. You put crack in front of him. You think he's not gonna do crack? Fuck yeah, he gonna take a line. So I'm peeping this shit and I'm putting it together. Oh, that was the missing element. Okay, they know who got a sex.
Wait. Which states that you have a sex problem? Like for me, like when I have sex with a woman,
I don't want to hear all that.
I might try to have sex with her, but I wish I could. I get five women to agree.
I don't hear all that.
A lot of women beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So whoever may think that's true, some women may think I'm a handsome nigga. I don't know. You know? I ain't putting no words in nobody's mouth. But the bottom line is this, man. That's people listen to Rob's music, and I'm a fan of his music.
Listen.
And when you hear about some of the women who don't feel badly about it, that, you know, they were young women and they were, you know, fans of Rob's, and some of the situations, some of these women had sexual, and this is me having personal conversation with certain people. First encounter, you know, with a celebrity, and then they appease that celebrity. Now they thrown in a room with 5 women. You know what I'm saying? And to stay in that room so they can get at him, they got to do them too. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of shit like that happened. And now this woman is grown up and she doesn't have a regular sex appetite where her husband is enough because she's going back to that shit that happened in that room. That was perpetuated by somebody's thirst for sex. So, you know what I'm saying? So to me, that is an issue because they're lasting.
I had her on my channel too, playing James.
I'm not saying, listen, if I eat myself to death, right, that's a problem. If I sit here and eat myself, I'm fatter than a motherfucking die, that's a problem that I need help with, right? Well, the same thing could apply to sex. Because right now, sex is the reason he in that motherfucker, not great music.
Listen.
Who he chose to have sex with.
Listen.
No.
He said sex is the reason R. Kelly is in jail. And that's when I was listening to that trial, I said, R. Kelly's sex life is on trial. I didn't hear none of the accusations about nobody being held against their will. This, that, and that. They played this shit to bring it about his sex life. That's why they had the sex trafficking and the Mann Act. It was all about, because people like him making these statements saying he has a sex addiction, he has this problem, he has that problem. He told it was him.
Right. He's not in jail because of sex. He's in jail because
he said, what?
Money.
No, when they use sex.
Listen.
He's not in jail because
look at his
of
face.
Sex. He's in jail because of money.
No, when they use sex, what about that? You take the sex away, and he had been fucking them nappy head bitches. And
if he wasn't fucking them nappy head bitches, Don wasn't shit. This is what he told the feds. This is why he's so comfortable to repeat it like this.
The nigga like to fuck. It's not a crime.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is. But listen, it's what they used against him, though.
I'm talking about addiction. Let's stick with addiction. What's too much sex in a day?
Were you asking me? That's a loaded question, bro. That's a loaded question. Because too much sex to me, maybe.
If you ask the average woman, how many times would they like to have sex with their significant other?
Be careful with that answer.
How many of them? If you ask them, how many days of the week? Matter of fact, ladies, in the chat, ladies.
Yeah, please go there because I'm not asking that. You ain't getting me in no trouble.
Right.
Ladies, out of 7 days, ladies, in the week, if you in a commitment or a relationship, or you having sex with somebody that you in love with, or that you are clean and y'all say having safe sex with, how many times a week would you like to have sex? Fellas, how many times would you like to have sex a week from 7 days? Out of 7 days, how many of those days would you like to have sex? Please put those numbers in the chat, please.
He laughing because he don't get no pussy. A little too much killer.
Someone look, 14 to 28 times a week.
See, it's all.
He laughing because he don't get no pussy.
Take all those numbers and come up with average, and that's my answer. But I'm not talking about 16. You said 20 to 30. You 20 to 30.
Every day, Natasha, every day.
Adrian.
These are women. Every night. At least 6 times a week. Come on, brother. I'm telling you, that shit is bullshit.
Wow.
Man, I got some women that I dated, man. If they could fuck me all day and then have to go to work, they would.
Daddy Lolo, cut it out, Daddy Lolo.
Listen.
I'm telling you, brother, that ain't no sense.
Listen.
Rob is in the studio all fucking day.
Listen, man. I'm not gonna disagree with I'm not gonna disagree with you on that. What I'm simply saying is, but it's something that can take you down. And it wasn't a sex problem. It was the same issue with Chuck Berry when they came up with the Mann Act. You feel what I'm saying? You have to know that these people will use whatever it is that that can be considered a weakness or considered an addiction against you. Michael Jackson's was kids. That ain't no fucking problem. But look what they took him down with, fucking kids. How do you turn that into some deviant shit? So anything that we do, we have to realize it cannot be on full display like that. But I mean, use that shit against you. And not only was Rob on full display as far as the women were concerned, but hell, everybody knew that shit. All you had to do take 4 or 5 funnies just to make me feel right. That's what he's saying. Come on now. So they used that, and that's what took him down. It wasn't nothing else.
Yeah, but then, you ever heard of the Playboy Mansion?
Absolutely. We're not talking about white people. We not talking about my people. Because ain't none of them going to shit for the country we going to.
We talking about humans.
Listen, that man went the one, Hefner, he was idolized. We're not talking about them. Now if you want to talk about
idolized?
Huh?
R. Kelly's idolized.
Say it again, you went out.
R. Kelly is idolized.
Like I simply said, we're not talking about white people. We're talking about black people who own intellectual property and culture that they want to rape of. All them shit, the true culprit in all of them is our culture. That's the true culprit. They got shit to do with sex. We could have 6 million times a day because there's kings in Africa and there's kings in goddamn motherfucking Sultan and Brunei and goddamn rulers in fucking wherever that's having sex 10 times a day. Whenever they want to whip the law, they get it done. But over here in America, where we own all this rich culture that rocks the fucking world to the tune of 30 million platinum, that's a problem. He controls public. And culture is a problem. Right. That's where the truth comes in.
I want you to answer this question for.
Who said God did it?
You said you heard the Playboy Mansion. How many women was in there? If you can just guess.
I have no clue. Why would I want to guess that? That's disgusting. I don't know nobody.
I'm just trying to make a point. The Playboy Mansion, right?
Okay.
How many women do you think that Hugh Hefner has standing there?
I have no clue. I don't think about that kind of shit.
More than 5?
I don't know. I don't buy Playboy. Don't support it. Don't go on the websites. Nothing.
So basically, he's trying to say he's against this lifestyle, and that's why he's against R. Kelly.
Have you ever even heard of the Playboy Mansion?
Thanks, Monet. See y'all hopefully sometime today. I might have to end this too. This shit is crazy.
Have you ever even heard of celebrities going there to have sex?
No, no, I have not.
Nothing. No, you don't think nothing ever happened at the Playboy Mansion?
No, when I said, I lived across the street. It was.
I'm about to end this live, y'all.
They had somebody, but it was where it used to be. They had the name right on the side of the building. Right. So it was there at one point, but it wasn't acting as the Playboy Mansion when I lived in the building that I did.
Right. But my point is, you have to have over 5-10 women living in the house with him for years. Celebrities used to go there all the time and fucking have 2, 3, 4, 5 some orgies, all kind of shit. Right?
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming
R. Kelly was dating these girls. Hugh Hefner was selling pussy.
That's true.
And he ain't never get arrested. He didn't never get arrested. This nigga had a whole bunch of bitches. People wore the Playboy bunny. Motherfuckers got the costume during fucking Halloween and all kind of shit. Magazines, all that shit for the same fucking lifestyle R. Kelly got as an R&B singer. But this man fucking put a logo on his shit, got a whole bunch of bitches in his house, dressed up as bunnies, and he never get arrested.
Right.
Baby.
But you think
my necklace back to Pandora's bowl.
What other reason would it be?
My charm.
I would like to know.
My heart.
I mean, what other reason would it be outside of that? I mean, I don't see no other reason outside because we just know R. Kelly went to jail for similar shit. I mean, he was selling the pussy, was all for him. That's the damn show. But
listen to what he's saying.
I mean, so his crime was a lot. That's like the problem, I guess. You know, when you add Me Too to it, and the women,
he definitely did
shit like that, and you got groupies that are scorned and pissed because he said bye. Now they have an organization to perpetuate the shit, make it seem a little bigger. I mean, who knows if they would ever went after you? I doubt it, but you know.
I was just making my point.
Okay, well that's it. Okay, you got me to say it.
He did it on a grand scale in front of the whole world.
Okay.
And nobody says shit.
He was at the head of it, but they all was in cahoots, and they fell out, and everybody scattered. The feds got involved, and he ended up walking with everything and taking a Fed case, so he feels entitled.
That shit is way worse than R. Kelly.
I'm sure 20 years from now, maybe 10, 5, we're going to hear the story about what went down, and because media needs something else to talk about now that they took Rob. They always go after one or two of their own.
Listen.
Look what they did with Harvey Weinstein and Weinstein, you know, so they'll find some reason to go after somebody else. They have to throw in a token every now and then to make it seem balanced, you know. Let me address something
what it appears.
that people have been asking and people have been saying. First of all, I don't have any of fucking Rob's music or his memorabilia or his gold records for sale any fucking where. If I was gonna put shit out there, I would put it on my platform, indiebill.com.
Listen.
Why the fuck would I make somebody else some money when I got a platform I can put it out there on my own?
That's why he got the platform.
About that shit. I'm about making sure we keep the money within, not
keep the money within.
I don't have shit on eBay. Whoever's lying and saying that I do not.
Wow.
All of his music is safe.
He telling it.
Waiting for him to say what he wants to be done with the shit. And until that happens, it's gonna stay safe and tucked away. I have every unfucking released album, and all the motherfuckers are
that's what's keeping him up.
Places, secured and copyrighted.
Wow.
So all that shit about me putting out his music, I don't want a dime off of that.
He a liar.
If I set up a platform and whatever I spend, I expect to get paid that back.
Oh.
And any fucking percentage for my work. Which may be 10 to 20 based on how much I put in.
Wow.
But other than that, that's his shit. And I don't take pride in taking nothing. No motherfucker.
Wow.
I don't care what none of y'all saying about that. In that trash.
There you have it right there.
Shit. 46 years, and I'm sorry, I'm 46 years old. 30 years in
he 46.
I've never been known as a thief.
Listen.
Waiting for him to say what he
listen. That's it right there.
First of all,
oh my God.
Or his memorabilia.
Listen.
Gold records for sale.
Nothing's for sale because he got his own platform.
I put it on my platform, indiebill.com.
Listen.
Why the fuck would I make somebody else some money when I got a platform I can put it out?
He can put it on his own platform.
I'm not about that shit. I'm about making sure we keep the money within. Not give.
That's why he put the. That's why he got the platform Indie Bill. Listen, he telling on himself right here. So he's saying anything he spends, he wants it back. He also wants a 10 or 15%. Let's listen to what he said. I don't want to misquote him.
Get to somebody else. So I don't have shit on eBay. Whoever's lying and saying that I do not. All of his music is safe, tucked away, waiting for him to say what he wants to be done with the shit. And until that happens, it's gonna stay safe and tucked away. I have every unfucking released album, and all the motherfuckers.
He said he has every unreleased album. Listen to this.
Sitting there in certain places, secured and copyrighted.
Listen, it's in certain places, it's secured and it's copywritten. Listen to this.
So all that shit about me putting out his music, I don't want a dime off of none of that shit.
Yeah, like,
if I set up a platform, whatever I spend, I expect to get paid that back.
Listen, if I set up a platform and anything that I spend, I expect to get that back. And what else he about to say?
And any fucking percentage for my work, which may be 10 to 20 based on.
And he wants 10 to 20% of any work he put into this. Listen, this is extortion right here.
How much I put in. But other than that, that's his shit.
Listen.
State and tucked away. I have every unfucking released album. And all the motherfuckers are sitting there in certain places, secured and copyrighted. So all that shit about me putting out his music, I don't want a dime off of none of that shit. If I set up a platform, whatever I spend, I expect to get paid that back. And any fucking percentage for my work, which may be 10 to 20 based on
what percentage of what work.
But other than that, that's his shit. And I don't take pride in taking nothing from no motherfucking body else. I don't care what none of y'all say.
There it up. There it goes.
Trash right the fuck now. I don't steal people's shit. 46 years in. I'm sorry. I'm 46 years old. 30 years in the game. I ain't never been known as a thief till you motherfuckers is coming with this shit now. So cut it out. Stop it. Now let's get on with the shit.
He's holding it for ransom. Wow. Let me pause it because my question is, why do he expect to get 10 to 20%? Why do he have so much expectations when he allegedly just came in 2018 to help R.Kelly? Damn. Everybody exposed themselves. I always knew he was dirty, but there's your confirmation. He was extorting R.Kelly along with everybody else who's extorting R.Kelly. That's why he was trying to get everybody paid. Just give them a song. Just give them this. Just give them that. And that can be done. So we can get on with our business. What business? This business. He just said he copyrighted all R.Kelly's unreleased music. How you copywriting the next nigga shit? It ain't gonna sell. It ain't gonna fly. Don Russell, dirty.
Took a picture with
and
his
arrogant.
He said you let him take a picture with it. He pulled it out a pillowcase with a bunch of other shit that you had in there.
The Boski's a lying motherfucker. I had this right here. This award is still sitting on my house.
Now you're going to show the fucking awards.
And it's going to sit here.
And
that's
it's going to sit here.
That's the other one. And that's a picture of my brother.
Wow.
That's all I got as far as memorabilia. Well, I paid me a watch. I recently gave that to Carrie because Carrie.
Wait, we pause.
And that's a picture of my brother. That's it. That's all I got as far as memorabilia. Well, I paid me a watch. I recently gave that right here. This award is still sitting in my house to this day, and it's gonna sit here. That's one. That's the other one, and that's a picture of my brother. That's it. That's all I got as far as memorabilia. Well, I paid me a watch. I recently gave that to Carrie because Carrie didn't have shit of his own brother. So I gave it to Carrie and said, "Man, this is from your brother. Keep it." It was a real expensive fucking watch. I gave it to Carrie, and that was it. But I ain't got no bag full of shit. I got masters in music. The masters can't fit in no fucking bag. It's a truck to move them, and the music is on the drive. So I don't know what the fuck else the Boski's talking about. Go ahead.
But he had a picture with it. You let him take a picture with it?
I just showed him the picture.
Because some people were saying
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that I got those.
Buried it in his backyard.
They were at the warehouse when we took the fucking stuff out of there, and I said, you know, I'm gonna just keep 2 of these as a keepsake. So what, man? I didn't steal shit. I had permission to be in there. Rob was locked the fuck up. All that shit we were talking about putting it on off.
Pause. Rob was locked the fuck up. He had permission to be in the studio. Do you think this is how mysteriously some of that evidence that was the government went back the second time to go get? Do you think this individual, Don, could have possibly put that evidence in that storage once they went back to go and search it after Azriel flipped? Does that make sense? If she didn't do it, who did it? And she knew it was there because she was saying name drops of people who had access to the storage, but she only named June, and maybe she was protecting Don because they was all working together, and they knew Don was the head of the enterprise, and he was the one who was going to be making all the payouts to everybody who did their part. And that's why now he has everything, and nobody can get paid unless they go through him. I believe definitely Don did it. Wow, look how dirty this nigga is.
He decides to raise money for his defense. So what the fuck is the problem? I mean, you know, nobody's saying that I stole shit but knuckleheads. Keith is the one that was in there with me. Trust me, he got a ton of shit too. Ooh. So cut all that shit out about somebody. He's
telling on Keith. He's saying Keith got a ton of shit too. So there you have it. He name dropping, y'all. This interview that Choke did, I mean, he gets the great interviews. I can't hate where you gotta congratulate the nigga. Get these interviews. He knows how to ask the right questions. He know how to get them to talking, and they get the spilling pork and beans all over the place. These pieces of the puzzle is put out there, and he may be last in the game, but hey, God said the first should be last and the last should be first. And right now, Choke is in the game right now. He's definitely first, and this interview is just bombshell dropping. Don is running his mouth like a faucet because he at this point he don't give a fuck. He has nothing to lose, because if he goes to jail, nobody is going to get R. Kelly's stuff. Nobody's going to know where that man's stuff is at, because he put it in places all over, like he said, that only he knows, because he just said he has all that man's unreleased music, all his shit. So the plot and the scheme was to get R. Kelly arrested so they can go in and take that nigga's shit like they took his shit. And now they got his stuff. Kel's in jail. Really nothing he could do about it. He definitely exposed Santee and Keith in this moment right here. And this is hella scandalous.
So we were tasked to handle certain things after he got fucked up, and that's what we're doing. It's no chance that I got his intellect.
Listen, We were put in place to handle his task after he got locked up. And he's saying this as I'm sitting here saying the plot was to get him arrested. Once he gets arrested, then they go in and take all that nigga shit. And that's what they did. Now they got his shit. He's bragging like, yes, I got this. Yes, I got that. He don't give no fucks. As you hear it, he don't give a fuck. That's why he running his mouth. Oh my God.
Too. So cut all that
and
shit
Keith
out.
do too. Listen.
That I got though.
Terry did in his backyard. That's
no, they were at the warehouse.
Wow, dirty game.
You know,
ooh, I wouldn't want no friends, baby.
So what, man? I didn't steal shit.
Listen.
I had permission to be in there. Rob was locked the fuck up. All that shit we were talking about putting it on auction sites to raise money for his defense. So
see, that's why I say the feds, when they went back and found those so-called letters and all that shit that they got out the storage, they never got the tape of who went in the storage after R. Kelly was locked up. Here you have him saying he went in that storage after R. Kelly was locked up. Listen.
Go ahead.
But he had a picture with it. You let him take a picture with it?
I just showed him the picture.
Oh, yeah, because some people were saying that.
Yes.
I'm not
the power of attorney. They all did it.
Fucking stuff out there, and I said, you know, I'm gonna just keep 2 of these as a keepsake. So what, man? I didn't steal shit.
Listen,
I had permission to be in there.
I had permission to be in there.
Rob was locked the fuck up.
Rob was locked up.
I'm putting it on auction sites to raise money for his defense. So
he claimed it was to raise money, but they didn't raise nothing.
Nobody's saying that I stole shit, but knuckleheads. Keith is the one that was in there with me. Trust me, he got a ton of shit too.
Keith was in the storage with him. Trust me, he got a lot of shit too. Wow.
Nobody's saying that I stole shit, but knuckleheads. Keith is the one that was in there with me. Trust me, he got a ton of shit too. So cut all that shit out about somebody stole something. We were tasked to handle certain things after he got fucked up, and that's what we're doing.
After he got fucked up. After R. Kelly got fucked up. You hear the words he using? After he got, I would never talk like that about my friend that's dealing with this bullshit. And they knew the bitches was lying. They knew the shit was a plot and a setup and a scheme. We see the shit. But now he's talking because he's being arrogant about the situation. He throwing them all under the fucking bus. He said, I had permission. Keith was in the storage unit with me. That's what he said. He said he know where everything is in there. We were tasked. Speak.
I got his intellectual property and Keith got his power of attorney. Don't give
listen, he
money
listen
for his defense. So
he got the intellectual and Keith got the power.
Nobody's saying that I stole shit, but knuckleheads. Keith is the one that was in there with me. Trust me, he got a ton of shit too. So cut all that shit out about somebody stole something. We were tasked to handle certain things after he got fucked up, and that's what we're doing. There's no chance that I got his intellectual property and Keith got his power of attorney. Don't give everything to one person. If I get caught and I got power of attorney and intellectual property, mission fucked up. But as long as
mission fucked up if he would have had both. So he couldn't get both. Somebody had to have one, someone had to have the other. Damn, dirty game.
And you know, nobody's saying that I stole shit, but knuckleheads. Keith is the one that was in there with me. Trust me, he got a ton of shit too. So cut all that shit out about somebody stole something. We were tasked to handle certain things after he got fucked up, and that's what we're doing. There's no chance that I got his intellectual property and Keith got his power of attorney. Don't give everything to one person. If I get caught and I got power of attorney and intellectual property, mission fucked up.
Mission.
As long as one of us are good, mission straight. Period.
Right. Oh, as long as one of us got it, mission accomplished, mission straight. Basically boasted and bragging. So sad, cutthroat, because that was not the first time he had been there. He said Kel sent him there numerous times.
You know, you don't feel like you violated when you said the nigga had.
That was the plan. He just exposed it because he's going to jail.
Sex tapes or sex videos. He's like, yeah, you know, he fucking, you know, he fucking. Some, you ain't feel violated seeing this nigga fucking.
What'd you say?
I said you didn't feel like you was violating his privacy.
He's smiling.
Fucking them sex videos.
Nigga, he had a sex tape on fucking for sale on the internet. How the fuck am I violating with people watching the pissing on bitches and shit?
Listen,
Come on now. Whatever the fuck.
he's saying R. Kelly was pissing on bitches. So he's basically trying to confirm what the allegations are, and he's doing just that.
That shit ain't public.
They took that shit out. I was selling them shit in Jewtown around here. Come on, man. Cut that shit out. It's like Rob goes on tour every day and put his ass and his dick and everything in front of people, in front of millions of people. And me saying that's a problem? He in videos talking about fucking and second and fucking 5 or 6 bitches, and me saying that is a problem? Come on, now let's be real with this shit. Don't just make it a problem because I said it.
It's a problem.
You say it too, shit.
Can you say who you saw him fucking?
Wow.
No, I didn't see him. What you mean? I saw the tapes with names and XXX on the motherfuckers. I didn't see no motherfucker. I don't sit there and watch this nigga fucking nobody. No, I don't watch porn.
That's what I thought. That's what it seemed like, brother.
Come on, man. That's your creepy ass position. You said a lot of chicks. That's your disposition.
No.
Oh, you creepy motherfuckers look it that way.
No, nigga, no.
That's why they laughing. Like he laughing because he got killed. Fucked up.
There ain't no young bitches. How you know
That's
they
hella
young or
scary.
old?
Videos of that. I said that. See, that's your creepy ass again. Putting that fuck in the camera. I said this video.
He laughing like this shit is not funny.
I told you what it hit the names. We know what's on those cold niggas. You just take some tapes.
So if you got these tapes that you claim there's sex on them and it says XXX on them, who's to say he didn't give these tapes to the government to use against R. Kelly to secure a conviction? This shit dirty, y'all. I'm sorry. This is fucked up. I didn't trust none, man. Wow. He said, come on now. I'm not about to listen to that part. His phone went out. There's nothing funny about this to me. Wow.
Yo, dog, you can hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, God, man, I needed that laugh. That shit was funny as hell, nigga.
Yeah, you right, Cynthia.
Man, people are just funny when they lose their sense of just humility and humanity, man. Listen, I'm not saying Rob did shit wrong, because I didn't see none of that shit. But goddamn Dave Chappelle just said the shit. All these other motherfuckers.
He's trying to clean it up.
I'm sitting over there talking, joking about the shit. That's my nigga. I done went to bat on him. If anybody deserve to joke about this motherfucker, it's me. I got charges because of this shit. And I ain't took no fucking plea deal, so stop saying that shit.
He said he got charges.
I start trial January 22nd.
Here we go.
They just pushed back to July. I got court tomorrow morning in this bitch while I'm on the phone with y'all motherfuckers.
He said he has court January 22nd. By the way, they pushed back to July. He spoke so fast, it might have rolled over people's head. Listen.
I got a problem because I'm sitting over here talking about this shit. That's my nigga. I done went to bat on him. If anybody deserve to joke about this motherfucker, it's me. I got charges because of this shit.
Listen.
And I ain't took no fucking plea deal, so stop saying that.
Listen.
Shit. My court date, I start trial January 22nd. If I want to joke about this shit and laugh to stop the crime, goddamn it, that's my motherfucking prerogative. You got a problem to turn the motherfucker off. Real simple.
Wow.
As simple as that. So let me ask you: Did anybody in his camp get immunity on this case?
All them niggas did. Why you think none of them motherfuckers? Why they need me? All the motherfuckers that was around him. You named a whole bunch of bitches, and half these motherfuckers got flown in by one of them niggas, got picked up at the airport by one of them niggas, got paid to go shopping by them niggas, got took out to dinner with those niggas. Why ain't none of them niggas on trial with him?
He telling on them all.
Even this nigga Mike, who didn't even fucking know him, to make him one of the motherfucking, goddamn it, one of the fucking why they need Mike? Why they need the other dude? named Arlen or some shit like that.
He knows
Why
who
they
these
need
people
Arlen?
is.
He didn't know him either, barely. But all the niggas who knew him, that's posting in every video, Black Eye Pie and all that shit, that's posting them the niggas smoking cigars with him, that ran his companies. That's the enterprise. Why ain't none of their asses on trial? Ask yourself that question. Why ain't none of their asses on trial? I just came in 2018, but I'm on trial as part of the enterprise.
You just came in 2018, but you got all that nigga shit. You on trial because you tried to shut down some shit to save your ass. And then you end up taking all his shit and taking the charge at the same time.
Could that be it? We'll never know, I guess.
He said we'll never know.
You said that in your research, you know, digging through Kel's portals and looking for money and stuff, it was you seen roughly around 100 million missing. Who are the people that took some of his money?
Here go name drops.
I'll say it again, loud and fucking clear. I'm not prohibited from saying their names. Barry fucking Hankerson, which was his initial manager. His son, Jomo Hankerson. That's where the fucking restaurant down in Atlanta, Gladys's, came from. That fucking money that got closed down for him extorting himself. I wonder how karma works. Daryl McDavid, the restaurant Macaditos in Chicago, Mexican spot up north. The whole property he bought with Rob's fucking money. Wonder how that happened.
He used Rob money for that. Is Rob a partner in it?
No, he ain't a partner. Rob told me, Daryl said he put the money back. I said, put it back. I said, you can't borrow money to put it to a corporation when the fucking corporation opens up and starts generating money and he just puts yours back, nigga. He owes you some interest in the company or a much bigger paycheck than what he took out. So I don't understand how he said he put it back. What did he say he put back? I mean, so those stories were just every fucking, in the year and a half, which is really about a year that I really had to work with him, it was about a 30-year fucking career. And theft happens in the door. Barry was his first manager. Eric Payton was his first manager. Eric Payton was a good manager for Rob.
You know all this shit, but you just came around.
A hell of a lot different. Barry was his first manager, was a fucking crook and a criminal, piece of shit, was stealing from day one. So unraveling that shit back to that point, that took a lot of fucking work, man.
So he want to get paid for that, is what he's trying to say.
Seeing these promissory notes and like $4 million, Rob, what the fuck did $4 million go for? Well, man, okay, here's a lawsuit that settled over here with Tracy Sampson in 2008, and the money was taken out 2 months after that in 2008. She got a settlement for $50,000, but they took out $4 million. And it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, that's the kind of shit they was doing. Fuck yeah.
Very much so, snitching.
Yeah, that's what happened with her. She didn't even get all her. They had this other bitch, Susan Logan. Susan Logan was the attorney that knew Linda Mintz, and they all worked together on this shit. It was a whole pyramid. They would go to Susan Logan, file the motherfucking lawsuit. They had Monique, what was it? These names, man. Tracy Sampson, it was Patrice somebody, Johnson, it was Shanti McGee. All these motherfuckers filed lawsuits against Rob for money. All of them. And they all settled out of court. None of them went to court. None of them had police reports filed. None of that shit. All of them settled out of court. And what would happen is they would buy.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Somebody was calling him to shut him up.
I'm saying that this man trying to get the truth out there. I mean, so I'm cool. You can't hear me?
Nah, so guys, start over because it went out for a second.
People are calling me while I'm trying to talk to you about certain things.
They're trying to shut his ass up like you're talking too much.
Let me say this.
Same calls that Angelo was getting when he was talking on Choke Channel. They was calling his ass like, shut the fuck
I got
up.
my back and whatever I'm saying, so I'm not really worried about anything else.
Listen.
Now, you can't
listen.
Nah, so guys, start over because it went out for a second.
People are calling me while I'm trying to talk to you about certain things. I understand y'all want to say certain things to me, but let me say this truth. You know what I'm saying? This is what happened. Let me get the shit out there. I'm not going, whatever. God got my back and whatever I'm saying, so I'm not really
God
worried
got
about
my
anything
back.
else. Now, all the lawsuits, you can go Google them right now. You can go up there and pull up, go to Illinois, put R.Kelly's name.
Look at Choke in the building. Choke in the
Circuit
fucking
Court,
building.
Put up R.Kelly, Robert Sylvester Kelly or R.Kelly lawsuits, and then you put them up in all three different jurisdictions, which is the criminal. It's what's that? When it's about the family law. Damn, I can't. I'm having a freeze right now. There's 3 different jurisdictions that you can put the search in there. Pull all them up, and then you'll start seeing all these fucking lawsuits that were settling out of court. Now, what we did was we started matching them with monies that was taken out of his portal against his writer's share. I mean, so you got all these lawsuits. Then money.
You say you appreciate Biff. What about me, nigga? The
one
fuck?
girl settled for $250.
Just
One girl
peep
settled for
that. Hold on.
Another girl for $100,000. Okay, why the fuck are they taking out $4-5 million? If this lawsuit
I'm playing your shit. You better give me my fucking
credit. So then we go back in there and we got payments that were made out of his portal. He did
though. I gotta give that nigga his credit. He did his damn thing.
Like ASCAP or some other corporation.
What the fuck
he
do?
Like a lighting company or a goddamn
I can't hate on the nigga.
Development company when it was all owned by these motherfuckers.
Fucking excellent ass interviewer.
So
I'm taking notes. Shit, I'm talking my shit. But I'm taking notes.
Back to somebody in his crew.
Don't strike my channel, nigga.
His crew was setting the shit up. Everybody else with management did the same shit, but they couldn't just steal without involving other members of the crew. So they had a whole little ecosystem set up where
you couldn't steal without the niggas in the crew. He's telling it all. Wow, choke nigga. I'm gonna need your intellectual property.
Everybody else with management did the same shit.
Everybody did.
But they couldn't just steal without involving other members of the crew. So they had a whole little ecosystem set up where you'd have the lawsuit filed with Susan Logan. It was a father and a son team that represented Rob in most of these cases. Can't remember their name off the top of my head. And you had Linda Mintz, who was the head of the corporation, who would sign off on it or sign Rob's name or Barry would sign it, whatever. Through power via power of attorney to represent him in this arbitration or this mediation case. It would never went to the judges. And from that point, they would settle it out of court. They would borrow money from his publisher and then settle it out and then make the payments.
I said that.
And his own team is getting money off the lawsuits from the girls they bringing around.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's what I said. That was the scheme right there. Bring a girl in, get her paid, and we get paid off the girl.
Did he ever find this out?
Yeah, that's what started happening. So what happened was me and Rob.
And he no different from these niggas. He came in, played to be a manager, got the manager role, advisor role, a spiritual connected role. He played different roles.
What happened?
Knowing R.Kelly spiritually connected, he came in, played his role, and took that nigga intellectual property. Got Keith with the fucking power of attorney. Dirty game.
We didn't get a chance.
And couldn't do it without feeding the other niggas.
Filing some suits back. But what happened was 2 things happened. One,
he
would always have a certain person with him that was a part of his entourage. And I'm gonna say this because it's family, and I don't want to throw that nigga under the bus.
A certain
but that nigga
person
was part of the people who were stealing too. We found out that later. And that person there was responsible for telling everybody else what I was telling Rob. That this was a motherfucker who rode with him all the time. He brought us all the things. I had no clue that this nigga was going to be disseminating the information that we was giving Rob back to everybody else, which is why motherfucker got a problem with me. So when we found the contract from the concert that he's
telling it because at this point he got a case. He don't give no fucks.
We had the same guy
he claimed he ain't telling, but yet he over here telling.
We take an inventory of all of this stuff, and we had to get it witnessed, and that's when this guy signed it because his family member.
R.Kelly is definitely a victim. The whole setup.
The person that was on my end that was looking, I was like, this contract, this signature looked familiar. So we started going through all of the documents that we had, and we came across that person and looked at that signature and was like, damn, he's still
no, I don't think it's no damn nephew. No,
this nigga should have blown the shit up.
He's trying to say he's one of the brothers, and I think he's trying to say Carrie because Carrie just said that he's been with R.Kelly all the time. No, I think he's saying Carrie.
Super close to him.
Blood.
His brother, Carrie.
Damn.
He's saying it's not Carrie, Bruce.
Don't get no closer than that.
Bruce. He's saying it's Bruce because Carrie and him had a distance relationship.
Damn.
He's basically saying it's
That's why
Bruce.
I said this whole thing ain't about sex, brother.
No.
This shit is about money.
All day long.
So sex isn't because a lot of sex, basketball, and cigars is what they kept him distracted. Music. That's what they kept him distracted with while they pulled off all of the greatest crimes in the history or whatever you want to call this shit. Or the music industry.
So you say he get ready to get his publishing back in a few years, right?
2 years. That's 2 years. Can you hear me?
And he wants to get paid for what he's holding as collateral.
So there's a grandfather
not
clause
Bruce.
that a lot of artists don't realize. That's in their contracts that at 30
okay, it's not
years,
Bruce.
they get
because Bruce seems solid
their
to me.
publishing back, provided they don't owe the label any money.
Don't strike my channel, nigga.
The lawyers that can negotiate
playing
those
your shit. I heard you saying don't play your shit.
Involved with us negotiating those exits. To execute those exits.
Somebody,
so,
June Brown, the uncle.
Process,
it could be the uncle.
Doing that, which gave Rob
I can't think of the uncle name,
back.
But it could be that uncle that he was real because he was trusting that uncle because in the trial,
So
right on, because in the trial, the uncle name did come up.
And reap all of the
Bruce definitely, I feel
and
like Bruce is straight for sure.
Shout
out to Bruce, man.
I had already built KLStation.com.
Yeah, I can't think of the uncle name right now.
The platform was created. All we had to do was start uploading his music to it, and that would have been it. So that's what we were in the process of doing. When shit hit the fan,
I can't think of the uncle name, but it's something Kelly.
All over the fucking place,
because the feds was watching the uncle when R. Kelly went to the uncle house before R. Kelly was arrested. R. Kelly had the backpack on. He gave the backpack to the uncle. The uncle put the backpack somewhere. The uncle came back without the backpack. R. Kelly drove off, and then the uncle drove off, and that's the last of the tracking that they had. That came out in court. I just can't think of the uncle name.
Potentially,
I guess it's Junebug, but they said his real name George Kelly. Thank you, George.
Yeah, shit, crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, though, man. People have to realize that, that this industry ain't never loved artists. It's loved money. You know what I mean? And it uses artists to get money.
Everybody around got some money out this shit. That's fucked.
Part of that
is
is,
the free kills, man.
At the end of the day.
Come on, Jennifer. We waiting on you.
This motherfucker right now.
We waiting on you, Jen.
67 Chevy. You know what I'm saying? So that music is gonna be new again someday. However they got to digitally remaster that shit, it's gonna be new. Whether they use it for a movie or whatever, it's gonna be new again. It's gonna make them some more money down the road. And that's what they know. Whether somebody, how many songs have been redone today?
He trusted George because in that trial, George was a part of that enterprise. They showed all the members. I seen all their faces.
The publishing companies are buying, all these artists.
Oh yeah, exactly. They're buying everything up.
They doing that because now what's happening now in our world or in our era is they taking all the music and they redistributing it through TV.
I don't know what you mean,
films and commercials. So they making their money back like that because everything's digital now.
That shit was hella funny.
Track of digital sales. You know what I'm saying?
So there's more technology in place now to keep track of digital sales. It wasn't in the beginning.
Yeah, but, it's different from knowing you shipped a fucking million copies. Them motherfuckers telling you a million copies. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, but
wait, what?
And they redistribute it through TV and films and commercials. So they making their money back like that because everything's digital now, and we can't keep track of digital sales. You know what I'm saying?
So there's more technology in place now to keep track of digital sales.
Listen, he knows.
Yeah, it's different from knowing you shipped a fucking million copies. Them motherfuckers telling you a million copies. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, but the big deal is,
Bubba. Yeah, but he's not his brother though.
People over there are really.
But he definitely was dirty. He was getting paid. Bubba got paid because Bubba brought in Jerron to pay.
When you go to places like Germany,
Demetrius got paid because he brought in Tiffany Hawkins. They all was doing the same shit. How deep is Keith in the plot?
So they're gonna buy it.
It's a good question, man.
Releases that happen here are gonna get released over there. People are gonna go nuts about this shit. They'll make their money all over again. I mean, people are using
got a lot of people over there that own labels. They call me up and then I hook them up with artists here, and they license they back catalogs if they own them.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
Because when I first started in 2019, I said this was a scheme because all the people that got paid out, I said that's no different from what I was doing when I was hustling in the streets. And I had I never went in the bank. I had bitches that I had a person who was making the checks, and then I had dummies who would put them in their accounts, and we would do a 3-way split. Actually, it was a 4-way split. I was getting paid twice. The person who went in the bank got her 1/4. The person who made the check got 1/4. I got 2/4 of it because I said it was me and somebody else. I said I was getting twice the amount of money. I got more than everybody, and I was on the sideline. So when I heard this shit, this is what I said for anybody that's been on my platform and been following me for the longest. I said this was all they was doing. It was a scheme. It was a scam. These bitches wasn't no abuse of victims or anything like that. And that's how Azriel and Joycelyn came into it, and that's how Don was trying to get his cut off of Joycelyn and off of Azriel by trying to get R. Kelly. Just give him a song. Just give him a song. Why the fuck would you give them a song knowing that that's fucking extortion? So he playing a manager role, and then look how he claimed he just come in the end, but yeah, you end up with everything. Nah, you ended up with everything because you was in from the start, nigga. That's why he said nobody can't get nothing without all the brothers that's connected to R. Kelly has to get paid as well. So that's why he's throwing all these names out here, because he's saying these are the people around R. Kelly. Here's Keith and this person and Santi and that person, and Santi, you can find him on Instagram. He's there. He got a couple of photos out there. Nothing too big or anything. I went through all his shit. He ain't got nothing because it looked like he probably already wiped his channel clean and took all that shit away. But this shit, he's confirming the plot. He's exposing what it is for what it is, and he exposed himself for everything he's done, and even talking about he want 10 to 20% off of everything that he's put into it. What did you put into it if you just came around? So he's trying to claim he wants to get paid back ends like everybody else is trying to get paid off the back end. But see, R. Kelly being locked up like this is fucking him up for everything, because at any moment, I don't know what legal advice is giving him, but at any moment, R. Kelly can snatch that power of attorney away from whoever. If it's Keith that has it, he can snatch that power of attorney away and keep it for himself. Nobody ain't gonna get shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if he already has taken back the power of attorney, even though he's incarcerated. He don't have to give his power of attorney to nobody. He could just stay in jail with his own a power of attorney, and everything that they think they got has been reversed back to R. Kelly. So he holding his intellectual property is nothing more than collateral damage. He's still trying to extort R. Kelly by having his shit, but in the end, it's not going to work in his favor. And that's just my own opinion, and it doesn't reflect the facts of whatever's out here and whatever's coming out this dude mouth. And I called him out a long time ago. That's why he goes to channel to try to clear his name up, because he feel like he could fast talk and that he could, you know what I'm saying, be manipulative. But like I said, when you got them street knowledge, and like I was in them streets and I know how we move in Cali, he ain't doing shit I ain't seen before. They just did it different with a celebrity, but it's no different from going in the bank and doing a bank lick with bitches putting these checks in their account, knowing the checks ain't no damn good, but the check gonna clear overnight. Then you go in the bank and take out 16, 20,000, and then you close your fucking account out. No fucking different. They just did it in an extorting type of way, and that's why they keep saying, well, sex, and smoking these stogies with niggas. All of them did this to Kel. This ain't a one-man hit. This was all the people around him that did this to Kel. That's fucked up.
Yo, Choke, Master P, we want to get this one album, or, baby.
And now that's what Choke is explaining is what they're trying to figure out, how we can move this shit. They got it, but how can they move it? And to be honest with you, they got something that's a penny with a hole in it. They can't do nothing with it, because everybody know that's Kel shit. Everybody know, you know what I'm saying, this is music. So only thing they can do is give it back. Kel's gonna get his shit back.
And they're publishing. I mean, and so
yep.
That's the real sense.
Absolutely. He put everything in his mama name. His mama was down for the cause.
That's our culture. Rob was born with a gift from God, and like I said
they kept Kel's distracted. You right, Level Up.
And it's one thing to understand that he needed that gift to get in the game. He used it and got in the game, right? But at a certain point, like when Rob did that album, Trade in My Life, I think he was talking directly to God based on some shit that he already went through. And he made a promise to God. And
he was mad when R.Kelly wrote that I Admitted song. That's what pissed him off. And that's when he came to holler at R.Kelly, manipulated R.Kelly, and took R.Kelly's intellectual property. That's my opinion.
You know, many times, you know, you've been down for dumb shit or been involved with it, and you say you ain't gonna do it again, you do it again,
right.
You get caught. But it's only when you say, I'm done with that shit, because life changed.
Absolutely.
You don't get caught, and you can move on to the next level. So, for me, it was something along those lines, because it's too much spiritual. You can feel God in all of this. You know what I'm saying? You know, he picked the perfect person, somebody who had been battered before, somebody who had been in the trenches before, he was born poor, fought with his brothers, lived in his car, all the worst kind of shit, robbed and that shit, you know, in his childhood. You know what I mean? Trapped in the closet with nothing but him. I mean, like, literally, being raped by your fucking sister. Come on, who the fuck on this line can talk from that vantage point? Not very many of us. So that created a person that could take a lot of shit. He built Ford tough than a motherfucker, right? So thinking about that, it took him to be able to, whatever God is doing, it takes somebody as strong as he is to be able to endure it and they see it through on the other side.
Did him dirty.
So that does mean, I do believe God is working right now. I don't know exactly what he's doing, none of us do. You know, but
Kel's coming home.
It's like,
Jennifer gonna bring him home. Jennifer and Candy gonna bring him home.
I had my day when I did dumb shit, but I've been a servant of God. Why am I in this shit? So to see him go down like that, I don't appreciate that.
They studied him very close. Yeah.
So that's essentially why I know God is doing something like that. That's literally it.
This is wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we all going through a spiritual
God show lane.
More now than ever, especially with these demon cracks trying to jab everybody up and
make sure y'all subscribe to this channel too for any new people in the chat and hit that like button.
Exactly.
I guess I'll keep it up for a little while, and then I'm gonna put this one in the closet. This one going trapped in the closet episode. Operation Takedown, man. They dirty.
Man, the only thing I would
Jennifer, I know she is watching, and I'm gonna make sure I send these links to Cannon for him to send to Jennifer and whoever else he needs to send it to for a further review.
Oh, he got it ready. He got a whole bunch of shit niggas ass.
This is exposing the plot, the scheme, the scam, and the fact that R.Kelly had nothing to do with this stuff, and these people took this man's shit, and whatever's edited ain't really fully edited because it's already been screen recorded and snatched, especially him showing that he got all his stuff, and even the fact he's still on here saying he got that nigga shit. God exposed them and got Kells in an unfortunate situation, but see, God will uncomfort you just to comfort you, and God got Kells. He ain't where we want him to be, but God got Kells. Kells ain't alone. God is right there with him. He's right in front of him.
Minor weed cases.
Definitely trying to save himself.
They were minor in comparison.
He don't want to do no time, but he came in doing a crime. You're going to jail.
And I remember the first time, you know,
unless he working out some type of deal for to not do no time.
Oh man, God, I swear I ain't gonna do this shit no more. You let me out this motherfucker. It's not gonna happen. I promise.
He a dirty dude. I always said he was dirty though. He was never for Kells. And now you bragging and shit because Kells got convicted and they feeling themselves. He not happy that R.Kelly got Bonjean, to keep it real with you. He didn't sound too enthused about it.
Got caught again, right?
Kenny got Kells back.
I'm like, I got all these motherfuckers.
Kells is good. I know for a fact Kells is good. Okay? Without saying too much, I know for a fact Kells is good. That's 100% Kells is straight. Jennifer and Kevin threw a monkey wrench in their plans. The weapons didn't prosper, not at all. They think this gonna stick, but see, they thinking once he beats Jennifer, gets him out of this, Chicago and all the rest of the shit gonna fall short at the wayside.
I mean, I was a nerd. I knew business, but I was still a nerd.
He loved to talk.
That's okay to be a nerd. There's nothing wrong with that.
A nerd is
y'all make sure y'all support Choke Channel for real. I can't even hate because Choke does the damn thing, man. For real, for real. I ain't even mad.
So now
I gotta
can sit
smoke
down
and
at
go
the
to
table
sleep,
with other
y'all.
gangsters
We got
who
another,
have
let's see
been,
how many more minutes. We got maybe another,
and be myself and talk
looks
that
like
shit and believe it
4
because I've
minutes.
been there before. I mean, but if I hadn't
We
had
got
that
4
little
more
stint,
minutes of
I
this and I'm
still
going
would
to
have
bed,
denied that
y'all.
shit, going to meetings thinking I gotta talk like the old shit. I don't do that no more.
You can't have
So
friends
one
with
thing
no
I am
money,
trying to
baby.
be
You
all
see,
the
my
everything
friends,
myself.
I would have called
And I don't
mine dead
change
to
that
me. That's why I
like
stopped
that.
fucking with
That's
motherfuckers.
in the industry.
I let these
So that
snakes
means
right back around me trying to have a
that I was
nice
down
heart
the
like
river when I got
R.Kelly,
out.
and
I
motherfuckers
never
sat there
did
and
that
burned
shit.
me.
I didn't give a fuck if I had 1,000 pounds waiting for me to go for not ratting or whatever. I never did it again. So
And we know that Don snitched before. He's in paperwork.
I was in there. I was done. I wrote a business plan for the company I got now. I wrote the business plan while I was sat down long enough to write a business plan. And then when I got out, I went to school, learned technology, but I went to court. Now I can get going to court, and the shit hadn't made it, nor the money or whatever. And it was the judge pissed off, like, you know, fuck this shit, I'm throwing it out. I've been sitting there 6 months fighting the case. I mean, so when I got out, you know, I got this idea. I have a plan now. I went to school. I went to school 3 months trying to learn technology because I'm going to build a platform and I don't know how to build the shit, which was already built. And my teacher invested $60,000. He read the business plan because it was one of the assignments.
Because it was never for them to go home. It was always use these girls to get more money. It was all about the money. They've been doing the same playbook since the beginning. And they ran with the same playbook, but they didn't get the same results. It failed on them because they didn't think that us YouTube investigators was going to figure their asses out. And we did. Individually, yet collectively as a whole, them pieces came together. And Choke really was the big piece on the platform with fresh eyes to really get these interviews and get them talking again, man. This shit just came together.
I'm pretty much, you know, I've said everything I need to say. I've done enough interviews, man. But this is one thing for certain, two things for sure. If motherfuckers start, you know, I didn't want to be in yesterday's, you know, thing with you, you know, but people are attacking my people. You know, my son, you know, he's 7 years old. He don't deserve the shit that he's hearing in school.
The 7-year-old, that's the one he's supposed to have, but the girl is older, not younger.
Let me address that. Let's address the car breaking too. A lot of people had shit to say about that. So we were in California. So we did a documentary on Rob before he got arrested. And this was right before Lifetime came out.
See how much time left?
We had talked to Rob. Was like, man, listen, we need to get ahead of this Lifetime thing. Let's put out a video of you telling your side of the story, everything, talk about everything. So he agreed to it. Then he had a change of heart after we filmed the motherfucker. He was like, I said, Rob, so what the fuck? He's like, nah, man, we're gonna get the last word. I said, nah. Remember that scene in fucking 8 Mile where dudes said everything they was gonna say? People weren't interested no more. Let's get out and get ahead of this thing. Nah, we're gonna have the last word. I said, okay. I don't think that's a good strategy, man.
The parents was all involved. Everybody was involved because everybody was trying to get paid.
Concerts that was
and some got paid and some didn't get paid.
We were gonna put together this docu-series of 6 episodes.
And now he's telling it because he's facing his demons. He got court and trials and shit.
But anyway,
sound like he's dealing with 2 cases because he sat there and said he got one court date and then he had something else that they said they pushed back a trial. So he's really dealing with 2 situations.
And Rob stopped it. So now he's gone. He's locked up. Me and Keith sat down and we said we need to do this.
You keep throwing Keith in there.
I said, listen, that's studios in LA. I got people out there. This is before
listen.
I studio downstairs.
They're trying to sell his shit. They're trying to get paid. Lock him up and sell his shit.
So the only reason that shit was in my car was because I had the drives. I had all the drives from all the stuff that we were going to be doing. My computer was in there. I had a few video cameras in there too because we were, in case we needed to reshoot some shit out there on some B-roll footage or whatever be the case. I had everything in the truck. We were going to the studio to start editing that shit, and somebody broke it and stole everything. Now, initially, I thought it was Angelo Clary because the nigga was saying stupid ass shit to me right around that, and if everybody saw the little exchange, so I thought he had something. I'm like, well, after some time went by, I'm like, it couldn't have been Angelo because he didn't know what the fuck I had with me. There was only one other person that knew. So that one other person that knew was Keith.
Wow, he blaming Keith.
Because he knew what we were doing. He was out
He
there
blaming Keith.
I wasn't up there doing that shit by myself. He been a part of this shit the whole time, but yet telling people that I've been the law enforcement doing the shit, which is blowing the fuck out of me until I realized that nigga don't. My opinion is he wants to keep control of Rob's money because he has control of Rob's money and his power of attorney right now. So
absolutely, Shabazz. Everybody wanted to get a check.
They wasn't expecting. Where I parked at, I was on a block that was heavily populated on Melrose with video cameras because people had just got their houses looted and shit, so they put up new camera systems.
Exactly,
it caught
Ashley.
the whole motherfucking thing. We got.
He's definitely throwing Keith under that bus.
So the FBI and them are all still investigating.
It's a dirty game.
Trying to see the direct person that it leads to. It's still going through the protocol of the FBI. I don't know who's at the top of it, but whoever it is, they gonna find them. And it's as simple as that. So that is what happened. I wasn't carelessly walking around with this shit. We were going to the studio. I had it all on me because when you're editing,
he's basically saying nobody didn't steal it but Keith. That's what he's saying.
Let's cut to this at this point. Do you have any
he's saying
like family oriented or whatever? Yeah, do you have any concert footage? So I had it all with me at the time because of that. The only good thing is that a lot of the shit was backed up to my cloud, and I had a lot of stuff still backed up at home to another drive. So I still had a lot of the stuff.
He had copies of most of it, but not all.
A lot of the paperwork, I don't have no more.
You don't have the paperwork.
But I know where to get that back from. The contracts and all that shit that were in the portals, all that stuff was with me on different drives. And that stuff I don't have, but I can get that. I just gotta go through the portals.
He claimed he can get this stuff again. He can't get this shit. Keith got his ass. Sounds like Keith may just really be. I don't know if he is or if he isn't at this point. It's hard to decipher who to trust. I'm sorry, I don't trust nobody. Everybody praising Keith, bragging he bought dinner. Meanwhile, Don has implicated him. Yeah, because Keith paid for my meals a few times, and I paid for Canic and theirs. And they like, stop paying for this. We got you. I'm like, oh shit, they snatching my bill off the table, paying for my meals.
A lie left unchallenged will turn the truth. Yeah.
He really did pay for the meals, though. I was there.
You know, people are like, why is this nigga out? You know, he this, that, why is he doing? That's why. Because nobody's dealing with the
it does make sense, though.
I wake up to the emails. I wake up to the inboxes of all this hate mail and shit that people are sending me. You know, and it's like, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not going to sit down there and remain quiet when motherfuckers like the Dana Jays and the Sharon Winbushes are flat out fucking lying. I'm saying, you know what I mean?
Keith ain't going to speak. Keith ain't gonna talk.
For no fucking reason at all outside of the
I don't get that from Keith at all. Keith ain't gonna talk.
Sharon works for Barry.
I can't see Keith speaking up. Not at all.
That on your show?
No, I asked her.
Wait, what was the question?
I'm saying, you know what I mean? Lying. Just straight lying. I mean, for no fucking reason at all outside of the fact that they're protecting people that stole from him. Sharon works for Barry. I said that very
oh, yeah,
loud.
he's asking.
Did you ever refute that on your show?
That's the question, okay.
No, I asked her. You had hung up. I was going to ask you, but I asked her afterwards, did she work for Barry Anderson? She said there's no truth to that.
What? Really? There's no truth to that? No sounds like right. Just, no, hell no. Okay, it is truth to that. She works for Barry. Period. Been working for him the whole time. What nutritionist do you know? First of all, you're going to Facebook and see all the money.
She ain't even been around in 20 years.
Barry Anderson. That's how we realized hired her. When we talked to who was the manager? Demetrius is the one that told us how she came on board. So, yeah, what nutritionist do you know?
She came on board through you.
How? I just came on board.
She said when she said she saw. Well, I'm not talking about in the past. I'm talking about.
Sharon was trying to get paid too.
She saw you on TV and you said that you represented Rob, so she reached out to you because you was the person that was supposed to be the point person. So that's why she reached out to you, and that's how she
exactly. You right, Cynthia.
I don't know.
It's a dirty game, though.
She truly did. She can say whatever she wanted as the excuse. But Sharon could have called Keith. Sharon could have called.
Sharon couldn't have called Keith because Sharon didn't have no way to communicate with Keith because she was talking to Bruce on her live where Bruce kept, I guess, stuttering at one time or dozing off or whatever he was doing when she had Bruce on her channel, and he was supposed to be her little interview or whatever, and she was like, what about Keith? She had no connections to Keith, so he can't say that. I know that for a fact from listening to that interview. She didn't have no communications to Keith.
They had all been around way longer than me. So why would she call me when she could have called a number of other people?
Exactly.
Why did she make me her point person? Because she knew I didn't have the knowledge to know what happened back when she was a part of the clique. She knew I didn't know that the reason her ass got kicked out was because she was snooping around Rob's house, and they called her.
See?
Looking for information.
Listen, he's telling everything. He don't give no fucks because he knows by now how much time he's looking at. And if he's not cooperating with the feds, then, and he does take it to trial, and their conviction rate is extremely high, as we know it is, he has to take all these people that he is naming down. And it's a matter of time once his shit goes to actual court and we start hearing what's happening, we gonna know more. But he's basically telling his side of the story because he don't have no good legal representation. He's dealing with a public federal defender.
That's why she went to me, because I would have never known that. But think about one thing.
So she did come to him.
She talked all that shit about Rashana Landfair and Sparkle, the pictures that she found of Sparkle and all that shit. Remember? Yeah. And the house and all that shit.
He definitely do. That's what this is about. Because Keith got it, and Keith seemed to me, I'm telling you, I met Keith, I sat with Keith, I felt like Keith was solid. I didn't get that vibe from Keith. I sat there with him, and I would have fed his energy in any way if it was something odd. I didn't get that. And sounds like Keith may just be the only friend he got that's, you know what I'm saying? Because he keep throwing Keith in this shit, trying to throw Keith under the bus. But let me pause this and tell y'all, in case y'all don't know, Keith did get into some legal battles. Him and Dr. Rice, they got into some legal trouble because Azriel, they was trying to allegedly pay Azriel, and Keith allegedly was using Dr. Rice to get to Azriel and try to help her get a book deal or some type of deal. They was trying to pay these people off. And so Keith, I don't know what his status is with that open case, if it's open, shut, or not, but he did come up that he has some legal issues around trying to pay off Azriel through Dr. Rice. So let's not forget that valuable information.
And you'd be surprised who it is. Someone who wears a suit. So anyway,
let me rewind it.
An apology on. I found out how it got out today. I found out which one of the motherfuckers she's actually getting from. And you'd be surprised who it is. Someone who wears a suit.
Somebody who wears a suit.
So anyway,
he's not saying who.
That's that. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know.
Wait, let me go back.
Yeah.
I want to miss the question.
Someone who wears a suit. So anyway, that's that. Oh yeah.
So now it's one of the lawyers.
Yeah,
so
we found out today. Yep, the bridge is closing. Goddamn
it. It could be Brian Nix. It could be
I'm gonna sit down with that brother
Steve
Keith.
Greenberg.
Iron out this shit because
let me rewind it. Listen, he needs Keith, but he throwing him under the bus. But he needs Keith. Can't do shit without Keith. Listen.
So
he gonna sit down with Keith.
I'm gonna sit down with that brother Keith, and we're gonna iron out this shit because it's not about me and his beef. I said shit based on what I know to be true. But to my side, there's another side of truth that needs to be heard, and I'm man enough to sit down and listen to it from key people. Some people can't tell me shit. I will never listen to it. That Jay, a fucking that bitch Sharon, because they wasn't here. I know Keith was here because I saw him every fucking day when we were going to the studio and going to play ball and going to this concert. I saw Keith.
Let me pause it. He's saying how he was around Keith a lot and he saw Keith every day. He played ball with Keith. He did this with Keith. He went to concerts with Keith. He did that with Keith. He's throwing Keith out there because, to me, Keith is solid. I'm telling you what I feel in my heart. Keith is solid. I didn't get no bad vibe from Keith. And I won't share any more of what I know about Keith because I have some information and I'm going to just say Keith is solid in my eyes. Until I see something different, Keith is solid. But let's just not leave out any information. We don't want to not turn over a puzzle that we could possibly miss. But Keith is solid as far as I know for now.
Amicably. I have no problem with
especially if this nigga trying to have a sit down with Keith and he's sitting here saying, I don't care about what my personal beef is with Keith. Keith got that power of a fucking attorney. He can't do shit without the authorization from Keith. Keith is acting as R.Kelly right now. So what R.Kelly can't do, Keith is able to do, and he can't move nothing without R.Kelly's signature or a signature from the power of attorney, which would be Keith. So I'm just saying, this shit is all money grab.
Hey, Rob needs the help of both of us. I'm not going to be standing with the other motherfucker who got equal control. He got...
Listen, he can't be standing with a motherfucker that Rob needs because it's equal control. He has what he has. Keith has what he has. He can't do shit without Keith. And somehow he said that, remember he said to Choke, because Choke asked him, did R.Kelly know what he was signing? And that's why the rumors is that R.Kelly signed over his shit and he signed it over to this nigga because somehow this nigga played R.Kelly to sign over some rights to this nigga, and that's how he got R.Kelly stuff. But without Keith acting as R.Kelly, Keith this nigga can't move, and that's why he's making it a point that when R.Kelly does get out of this situation, he needs his money. He needs what he wants out of this. He's going to continue to extort R.Kelly. We're going to see how that play out, but that's pretty much what it is, y'all.
No problem working this shit out, because at the end of the day, Rob needs the help of both of us. I'm not going to be standing with the other motherfucker who got equal control. He got control of his signature and his money. I got control of his intellectual property.
See?
We got to work together to figure this thing out, to make shit work for our brother, then that's just what we got to do.
He's trying to make it seem like that he's trying to work it out for the good of R.Kelly, but in reality, you're holding R.Kelly's shit as collateral because you want to extort R.Kelly and you wants to get paid. Keith has shut down the money train, and Keith ain't letting nothing go in or motherfucking out because Keith is acting as R.Kelly with that motherfucking, he said he got the signature of power of control of the signature. He got the power of control over this, and I got the intellectual property. So that means he can't do nothing without R.Kelly's signature, which Keith is acting as R.Kelly, and he stole that nigga shit. He ain't giving up nothing. That's pretty much what he's saying, and I'm going to go back just to hear it again.
Who got equal control? He got control of his signature and his money. I got control of his intellectual property. We got to work together to figure this thing out.
Listen, Keith has the authorization to sign the shit and the money. That's what R.Kelly trusted Keith with, the money and the signature. And this nigga stole R.Kelly's intellectual property, and he's trying to sell it off, auction it off to the highest, nearest motherfucking bidder, but he can't do shit without Keith. That's why he's willing to sit down with Keith and negotiate with Keith, but you cannot negotiate with terrorists, okay? And that's my spiel.
Making shit work for our brother, then that's just what we got to do.
Full of shit.
Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman hated each other in life, but they won fucking championships.
Listen, this is what it's about. In the end, he got what he got, but he can't move without R.Kelly's signature and releasing that money.
I ain't talking to nobody else, man. I'm done tonight. Okay. Hell no, she long-winded than a motherfucker, man. She out here on the phone for 3 or 4 hours.
Dirty thing.
I stopped talking to her ass because the motherfucker would get me on the phone. I've been lost the whole fucking day. I'm saying, it's like this motherfucker was wasting everybody's fucking time. I'm like, something ain't right with that. Who got that kind of time? She'll get off the phone with me, call my mama for 4 hours. Go call Kevin for 4 hours. I'm like, did the bitch work? She talking to every fucking body all day. Like, fuck. So, no, I don't want to talk to her. She got enough of my time yesterday. Never getting no more. She had nothing valuable to offer to me. There's nothing that I'm
He said it all in this one. He finally came out and just told everything.
But I had to bum rush.
He threw his hands in there and said, fuck it at this point.
But I'll be getting my motherfucking shit on too, goddamn.
Listen.
So that's that.
I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that at all. So Sharon, he don't want to talk to you.
Tell her to catch me in the next one.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Look, brother,
Keith is solid, I'm telling you.
And, yeah, if you want to promote anything or, don't say anything, then now's your time, brother.
All I'm gonna say is we gotta come together for Rob. I'm not saying that. Listen, if he's done fucked up shit, he's dealing with that. Right in there with God right now, the only motherfucker that got
dirty ass nigga
when he sleep at night. You know? So let's keep praying for him.
He evil.
You know, listen. You know, put the prayers up in there for him that he getting his mind right, his connection with the source down, and I know God will let him up out of there. I don't want to promote my product, but I gotta say, indiebuild.com. A lot of artists, I'm not gonna have to go through the shit.
Let me pause it. He's trying to use R. Kelly's intellectual property to start his business and benefit off of it. And he about to go into details right now about, I don't want to promote my shit, but I got to promote my shit. indiebills.com, and he gonna go on about how free the services is. He looking for motherfuckers to come and use the R. Kelly's shit and put an artist behind R. Kelly's music, and hoping that Keith assign some shit and authorize this move to make some money while Kells is fucked up in jail, and all he's saying is y'all pray for him, and whatever he did that's fucked up, then he dealing with that. It's a dirty ass motherfucking nigga, man. That's hella scandalous.
In his mind right, his connection with the source
Listen.
Now, and I know God let him up out of there. I don't want to promote my product, but I gotta say indiebuild.com. A lot of artists, I'm not gonna have to go through the shit he did. They dive on the platform and use it.
He a liar.
And you give them the tools that they need to push their shit out there. So I don't. It's a free platform. I'm not charging shit.
It's a free platform.
And use it, man. Like for real. And that was part of the reason me and Rob was fucking with each other, because
listen,
bro, you got to get away from the machine. You got to start. You got to do your Chance the Rapper shit. You know what you were first trying to do.
Yes. That's thank you, Dolores. That's pretty much what he said.
You know, the whole indie thing, I had already created that platform. I was doing his own version of it. So he would have a platform to put his music. Rob got movies. He's wrote. Sounds weird.
Let me pause it. He said he created this platform basically for R. Kelly to come work with him under his umbrella of Indie Bills and put out his shit and trying to protect him, but in reality he's trying to extort him, get over on him, trying to force R. Kelly to work with him. And right now R. Kelly's back is against the wall, his hands is tied behind his back, and he locked up for some shit he didn't even fucking do, because they put all these motherfucking players in place to come out and do the things that they did, and he was connected to every last one of them, from the Savages on down to the Clarys and Asante and everybody the fuck else that has something to do with this shit. He was the ring motherfucking organized leader, but R. Kelly took the fucking fall for it. They plotted this shit out, they schemed this shit out, and listening to this again, it clarifies a lot for me, and hopefully for the viewers that's viewing. Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. Let's get to the end.
Wrote books. you know, read them, but he write the motherfuckers.
He's laughing in a serious situation.
Treasure chest of fucking intellectual property jewels, man. We
Listen,
start pushing outside of the music thing, and that's what
he's ready to push this shit. He's ready to move this shit, like he's saying. He's telling every move he's trying to make, but he need Keith, because Keith has R. Kelly's signature. Keith has accessible to the fucking money, and he can't do nothing without Keith. That's what he's saying.
He's got play. He got a whole.
He's telling everything R. Kelly has a treasure. Listen.
To start pushing outside of the music. That's what's so bad, that the world has yet to get a chance to experience that shit. You know what I mean? He got movies that he wrote. He would sit down and he would do screenings with the movies. One with Chicago Blue.
They want to be R. Kelly.
He had so much shit that he would just let us hear the sound. He was just a fucking
damn. This is fucked up,
man. Like for real. So, you know, so that was only suitable to create his own platform, and then we started working on a center, the Content Fulfillment Center, that would train the next generation. You know, so that's in the mix right now. We're still doing that.
Listen, to shit he got in them work.
If y'all get a chance.com.
Check out Indie Bill.
Listen, it's just like damn the Facebook in some instances. So all that shit that's going on with Facebook, leaking information, changing name, deals with the devil, it's privately held. Come on over there, use it. You can do the same shit. Hook up with your family, friends, chill out, promote each other, whatever. artists can make money and keep their money on that. We don't touch the money. So that's essentially it. But other than that, man, that's it. That's all I gotta say.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, bad girl, if R. Kelly already has his intellectual property back, and to the point where, I mean, his power of attorney back to the point where Keith can't even make no decisions for R. Kelly. Keith don't have his signature. Keith don't have the access. I believe his legal team is seeing this, knowing this, and I believe R. Kelly has his rights back, but he don't have his intellectual property, and that's what Don is trying to bank on, and he's trying to extort R. Kelly and force R. Kelly to come under his umbrella, get away from this so-called machine, but the machine was him all along, trying to take him down to get all his shit, which they got. He did get it, but can't really move on it without the signature and the money.
My shit.
So, wait, let me go back.
So that's essentially it. But other than that, man, that's it. That's all I gotta say. And this is the first time I've ever promoted my shit.
So good. You're supposed to promote. You know what I'm saying? I don't do interviews if I ain't got shit.
Exactly.
You know what I heard that. Make it make sense. Make it make dollars.
He just made it make sense.
All right, man. Stay up, man. I'm around.
The signature is holding them up.
Okay.
Dirty game. Now I'm gonna pause that because that's the end of that. We got all that we can get out of that, and that right there was the piece to the puzzle. Shout out to Choke No Joke, man, for real, for bringing these these outstanding pieces to the puzzle to complete it. And I feel in my heart the puzzle has now been completed when it comes to the surroundings and all the plots and the scheme and the scammers and everybody that was involved. Like Don said, nothing could move without the brothers being involved, because you got to pay it's like you're paying hood dues, because if you hustle and you slanging and you making the money, you got to look out for the niggas on the block. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be out there getting all this money. You know what I'm saying? Niggas come to you, they need something. You got to look out for these motherfuckers. So that's pretty much essentially what happened here. Is the hood needs to get paid too. Don can't do shit without the hood, and he feeling like superior because of what he managed to do, which was get that signature from R. Kelly to sign over his intellectual property, and he has the legalities to do that part. But then Keith has the power of attorney to where he's acting as R. Kelly, so he can sign this, he can sign that. And so without those two coming together, nothing cannot move. So it's like if Keith and Don don't get together and do it, it can't get done. If R. Kelly was out and Don has his stuff, then Don and R. Kelly would have to come together in order to regain all his masters, because it's been snatched up from up under him. But see, that's a legal battle that R. Kelly will win in court, because all this would, once he gets released, all this stuff will be reversed, because everything that was done illegal and without his understanding, it'll go right back to its normal format. So the only thing they can do is try to push it while he's locked up like this, and hoping that they benefit from this. But no, everybody is benefiting and looking out for each other. I not once hear nobody trying to look out for R. Kelly's kids. That's the saddest part about it all, is that they're taking R. Kelly shit for their own benefit, but not even letting the children of R. Kelly actually benefit from what they should be benefiting from. So it's a dirty game, y'all, but I think we've gotten down to the finale of the puzzle, and we now have a better understanding of what has taken place. Let me just read a couple more y'all comments, and we finna get up out of here, y'all. I gotta get some sleep, and I'm trying to roll over and do what I do. Trust nobody, right? He gonna be on the Breakfast Club next with his lions, so right. And that's not the first time he promoted his site. He promoted it on TK interview, right? Maybe that's what Carrie role is, to lure the fans in. Who knows? I hope the hood make Don give it back, right? Okay, great live. Good night, all. Yes, good night, Cynthia. Right, and that ain't gonna happen. We all know we can't trust. I think he did. R. Kelly took the right away from them already. I think R. Kelly did take his right away. I think he did. He stopped any movements from happening, but all he needed is he can just cancel the power of attorney at any moment. And that's his step 1, 2, 3. It's so simple as 1, 2, 3. And I believe Canick and Jennifer and them is instructing him in a better manner than anybody ever have, because like I said, I know Canick heart for a fact, and he's seen R. Kelly, and he can see how this happened to him and how he was manipulated and taken advantage of. And so Canick has his best interest at heart, and the way Jennifer speaks, she also has his best interest at heart. But all this stuff is surrounded with his intellectual property, while he was worrying about other people taking R. Kelly's masters and owning his masters. He ended up with the shit in the end. So again, this all just came together. I got to give credit to Choke, because Choke has been putting this stuff together, man, one piece at a time, taking his time. And no matter, like I said, if you come in now or earlier in this fight or in the middle of this fight, the fact that you see this fight for what it is, and he was able to get these interviews the way he got them, and salute to him. And with that being said, you guys have a wonderful night. I'll lead this up for those that do want to come catch this live, and then I'll probably delete it, or I might just leave it up there. Who knows? But in the meantime, we'll do these type of lives when I'm not in my professional look and I'm smoking my little cigars, or I'm drinking my water, stuff that I wouldn't normally do on my actual lives. I will take it over to Hollywood Team Next. So make sure you guys subscribe to my other channel, Hollywood Team Next, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace and blessing. Keep God first in everything you do, dear friends. Remember, dear friends, let us love one another, for love comes from God. Everyone who loves has been born of God and knows God. Whoever doesn't love does not know God, because God is love. And also free R. Kelly, free Larry Hoover, and free them all. See you guys soon. Peace and blessing. Pieces.